inside this auditorium to kindly come and assemble inside this auditorium, please. Dear all the delegates, the Honorable Health Minister of Karnataka has arrived, so I request all the delegates, please give a round of applause and welcome our beloved Health Minister of Karnataka, Shri Dinesh Gundurao sir. Elrigu Namaskara. Hearty welcome, Namaskara. Welcome to Karnataka, the land of vibrant culture and rich heritage. As a great Kannada poet, Kuvempu said, the world is a book, and those who do not travel read only one page. So we are glad you are turning the page to Karnataka. Karnataka welcomes you for the Silver Jubilee celebration of Aidcoc. And dear friends, since the officials have arrived here, assembled here from all over India, it's to bring to your notice that Karnataka Formation Day was on November 1st. So Karnataka is also celebrating the state Formation Day. So ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿರುವಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಆತ್ಮೀಯವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಹಾಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನ ಕೋರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow drug control officers from across the country, myself Nandini N, Drugs Inspector Karnataka. It's a privilege and honor for the Karnataka to welcome you all to this All India Drug Control Officers Confederation, that too specially for the Silver Jubilee celebration. 30 years of dedicated service, tireless efforts, and unwavering commitment to ensure the safety and efficacy of drugs in our great nation is highly appreciable. Today we gather to celebrate this remarkable milestone, to reflect on our achievements, and to look forward to the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Theme of the event is protecting public health, enhancing patient safety through consumer-centric regulations. The celebration will spotlight critical issues in India's pharmaceutical sector, focusing on strengthening consumer-centric regulations that prioritize patients' safety, innovative strategies for improving drug safety, and tackling the growing issue of spurious drugs, building public trust through effective drug regulation policies and practices. So it's a privilege to have with us today the distinguished guests, the renowned experts and fellow professionals who have made significant contributions to the field of drug regulations in India. So let us begin this momentous occasion with a quote from Mahatma Gandhi ji, "The future depends on what you do today." So let us make today's event and let us work together to shape a brighter future for our nation's healthcare. Dear friends, it's now the time to invite the dignitaries onto the dais. I request the Drugs Controller of Karnataka, Umesh sir, to kindly escort Shri Dinesh Gundurao sir, Honorable Health Minister of Government of Karnataka, to the dais, please. I also welcome and request Dr. Umesh sir, the Drugs Controller for the State of Karnataka and the Chairman LOC to have your seat on the dais, sir. Welcome to you. I welcome Shri R.P. Chowdhury, President of ADCO, to kindly come on to the dais, sir. I welcome Shri Vishnukant C. Butada, MD, Shilpa Medicare Limited, kindly come on to the dais, sir. Dr. Ranga Chandrasekhar, JDC, India, Joint Drugs Controller, CDSCO, welcome to you, sir. I welcome Shri Uday Bhaskar, Honorary Director General Aidcoc, to kindly come on to the dais. I request Shri S.W. Deshpande, Chief Advisor of Aidcoc, to kindly come on to the dais. I request Shri Rajshekhar Malli, Secretary General Aidcoc, to kindly come on to the dais, sir. I request Shri Ajay Mudgal, Organizing Secretary, LOC, to kindly come on to the dais, sir. I also welcome Shri Raghuram NV, the President of KDCD, Karnataka Drug Control Officers Association, to kindly come on to the dais. And also I request Shri B.R. Venkatesh, Secretary of KDCD EOC, to kindly come on to the dais, sir. And I request all the delegates to please have your seat. It's a wonderful event we are witnessing. And as we begin, let us seek divine guidance and inspiration. Music is the divine way to tell beautiful, poetic things to the heart. So let us begin with our invocation song by Srimati Rashmi Srinivas, who is a star singer in Edetumbi Haduvenu ETV channel.
Check, Halcha. Monitor. महागणपति लक्ष लक्ष दीपार्चने दिव्य गणपति कोटि कोटि नमन निनगे महागणपति लक्ष लक्ष दीपार्चने दिव्य गणपति महागणपति दिव्य गणपति महागणपति ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ಗಣಪತಿ ಕೈಲಾಸಗಿರಿಯಿಂದ ಧರೆಗಿಳಿದು ಬಾ ಇಳಿದು ಬಾ ಗಣಪತಿ ಕೈಲಾಸಗಿರಿಯಿಂದ ಧರೆಗಿಳಿದು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಬಾ ಹೊಳೆದು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಬಾ ಹೊಳೆದು ಬಾ ಗಣಪತಿ ಗಣಪತಿ ಮುತ್ತಿರುವ ಕತ್ತಲನ್ನು ದೂರ ಮಾಡುವ ಮುತ್ತಿರುವ ಕತ್ತಲನ್ನು ದೂರ ಮಾಡು ಬಾಬಾ ಬಾಬಾ ಕೋಟಿ ಕೋಟಿ ನಮನ ನಿನಗೆ ಮಹಾಗಣಪತಿ ಲಕ್ಷ ಲಕ್ಷ ದೀಪಾರ್ಚನೆ ದಿವ್ಯ ಗಣಪತಿ ಮಹಾಗಣಪತಿ ದಿವ್ಯ ಗಣಪತಿ ಮಹಾ ಗಣಪತಿ ಮಹಾ ಗಣಪತಿ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Thank you, Mrs. Rashmi Srinivas. Dear friends, Deepam Karoti Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampada Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepajyoti Namostute. I request the Honorable Minister and the dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the lamp and inaugurate this event, please.
शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय स्वच्छामि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठति.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our beloved Health Minister of Karnataka, Shri Dinesh Gundarao sir, and the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the souvenir of Silver Jubilee celebration of Aidcoc, please. Thank you, sir. And also I request the Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly, there's a combined act which will be given to, like revised act and rules which is combined. And I request it will be given to all the officers for the benefit of, reference. The information about BNNS, everything is combined as a new, and the new criminal manual, it will be given to all the officials for the benefit of reference. So I thank, I once again I request a big round of applause to all the dignitaries. Thank you, sir. Dear friends, as you all know, India is it's a rich in culture and heritage. So it's our duty and responsibility to welcome the dignitaries, the guests on the dais, the distinguished guests on the dais, and also the delegates for this event. I request Dr. Umesh sir, LOC chairman and the drugs controller for the state of Karnataka for the welcome address.
Very warm morning to you all. I wish to express a warm welcome to our beloved Honorable Health Minister, Government of Karnataka, Shri Dinesh Gundarao sir, for gracing us with your presence. Sir, your presence adds a touch of elegance to our event. Sir, your insight will surely inspire all of us. Today, for this event, our Honorable Principal Secretary, sir, is supposed to attend this program. Due to his personal reason, he is unable to attend, but he has sent his warm wishes and also wished the functions a grand success. Shri R.P. Chaudhary, President of Aidcoc, Shri Rajshekhar Malli, Aidcoc, Shri Ranga JDCI, CDSO, Government of India, Shri Vishnukan, MD, Shilpa Medicare, Shri Ajay Mudgal, Organizing Secretary, Shri Ravi Uday Bhaskar, Shri SW Deshpande, Central and State Drugs Control Officers across the state, across the country, retired drugs controllers of Drugs Control Department, panelists, stakeholders, Office of the DCD, and reporters from print and press media. As a chairman of local organizing committee, it gives me immense pleasure to see you in such a wonderful gathering. I heartily welcome you all on the occasion of Silver Jubilee function of Aidcoc with great joy and immense exultation. It is a moment of pride for all the drugs control officers of the state for being the host to the Aidcoc Silver Jubilee function. This event is happening in Bengaluru after a gap of 22 years. Last time it was in 2002. Sir, for our reference to you all, I want to give some stats about our Karnataka DCD. So we have around 394 manufacturing units in Karnataka, out of which 30 are USDA approved. We have 441 loan licenses. We have 115 medical device units plants. We have 43 approved labs. We have 259 blood centers. We have around 54,000 sales establishments. We do have 3 drug testing laboratories in Karnataka, one in Bangalore, Jubilee, and Bellary. DCD do imparts pharmacy education. We do have around 350 diploma in pharmacy colleges. Dear sir, I wish to express that Aidcoc is not only the association, it's a voice of regulators across the India. Its main objective is to focus on offering better service to the consumer, improve competency of the officers through training, workshop, and to inoculate sense of dedication amongst members and assist them to achieve excellence to enable them to serve and safeguard the interest of the consumer. The association is not only involved in upgrading the skills of all the officers. When in need, this association come first. Sir, I wish to quote, I wish to share some incident. It was occurred when one of our colleague, Srimati Neha Shori, drugs inspector Punjab, was brutally killed by the miscreants when she was on her duty. The whole country under shock. The very association Aidcoc took the initiation and submitted a letter to Union and State Ministry to provide the security for all the working officers. The association also instituted a Best Women Drugs Control Officers Award in the year 2019 at national level in the remembrance of late Srimati Neha Shori. Sir, all nations striving to roll out citizen-centric laws. India is not far behind. Citizen-centric laws like BNS, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, and BNSSS, Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita, both came into force on 1st July 24. These laws make a paradigm shift. It allows a citizen to file FIR irrespective of the area of the offense. It mandates the furnished to progress the investigation. Similarly, under Jan Vishwas Bill, decriminalization provisions are introduced for the offences punishable under 27D of the Drugs Act, and provisions are likely to be implemented by the end of December. Today, the regulations are consumer friendly. When it comes to issue of statutory grants, the services are made online and are user friendly, and further efforts are being made to simplify more. In certain cases like Class A of medical device and for cosmetics, licenses are granted first, thereafter the inspections being conducted. All these changes are made for the betterment of, for the benefit of consumer. As cooperation among regulatory authorities is essential to manage increasingly complex and cross-jurisdictional issues, cooperation include conversation, harmonization, information pertaining to curb the menace of spurious drugs in the country. Sir, in our state, we are effectively implementing the provision of Act in the interest to safeguard the public by ensuring the safety, efficacy of the drug. Sir, Karnataka is considered as one among the best in the country. We wish to excel further. Unfortunately, we have a shortage of drugs, where we have only 5 drugs inspectors in the state, whereas one or two posts are vacant still. The enforcement activities carried out were truly appreciated by one and all. So, pharmaceutical product sector is one among the most regulated of all industries because of the impact of the device range of medical products on health, difficulty in assessing their quality, safety, and efficacy, and the complexity of their developmental process. A good regulatory practice ensures sound, effective regulation of pharmaceutical products, as important as the part of health system. If they are implemented consistently and effectively, they can result in higher quality regulations. Strengthening the regulatory systems throughout the country is need of the hour to combat the menace of spurious drugs in the country. I thank all the members of Karnataka Drugs Control Department Officers Association for their tireless work in ensuring the safe and quality drugs in the state. I once again thank all the members of organizing committee, stakeholders, for such a wonderful Aidcoc Silver Jubilee function. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Umesh sir, for the kind welcome address, and on behalf of all the participants, I extend hearty welcome to you also, sir, for this event. And I request Umesh sir to kindly hand over a bouquet to all the delegates on the dais, please. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation, which was formed on 28th December 1995 at Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, as a result of untiring effort of many officers across the country, and also the initiative was taken by Andhra Pradesh Association and Kerala Drug Control Officers Association and Tamil Nadu Officers Association. The focus on well-defined strategy says the strength of the Confederation lies in its reliance on collective wisdom, participation of all as an integral part of the strategy, and commitment to the philosophy. Future belongs to those who reach out for it and focus on promise of a better tomorrow. As a result of this well-defined strategy and rigorous implementation has made this Aidcoc organization as a strong and vibrant organization representing the drug control officers across India. Now, may I now request the present president of Aidcoc, Shri R.P. Chowdhury sir, for the opening remarks.
Good morning, all. Honorable State Minister for Health, Mr. Gundurao, respectable Dr. Umesh, Dr. Chandrasekhar sir, all respected dignitaries on the dais, my dear colleagues, Pan-India. I am here as the president of Aidcoc to address this convention. As the president of All India Drug Control Officers Confederation, I am here to express a deep concern regarding the critical issues of the public health and patient safety. And that's why we have came with the theme, which is protecting public health and enhancing patient safety through consumer-centric regulations. As a healthcare professional and a regulator, we understand the immense responsibility as we bear in ensuring the quality, safety, and efficacy of the medicines. However, in a phase of involving healthcare challenges and increasing consumer expectations, it is imperative and to adopt a more proactive and patient-focused regulatory framework. I and we all should be here, and we can propose for us and for the society the recommendations to enhance public and patient safety through strengthened surveillance and risk management, then consumer empowerment and education. Then we should have a transparent and accountable regulatory framework, then international cooperation and harmonization in reaching to this patient safety through consumer-centric regulations. So I hereby welcome you all, as well as I really extend my best wishes to this convention, and hereby we should be implementing and recommendation. We should significantly improve public health and patient safety through our efforts, and through this convention we should be able to give a proper message to the consumer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chaudhary sir, for the opening remarks. Dear friends, it's now the well-awaited award ceremony. So I request all the award winners to kindly be alert. So as soon as we call your names, kindly come on to the dais. I request for a chair, please. Mahesh. Dear friends, excellence is not a destination, it's a continuous journey. Aidcoc is recognizing this journey to make it more meaningful and encouraging. It's now the time to congratulate our shining stars, and I request our beloved Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly present the awards to the award winners. And also I request Dr. Umesh, sir, DC, the Shri R.P. Chaudhary, sir, President Aidcoc, Shri Uday Bhaskar, sir, Honorary Director General Aidcoc, and Shri Rajshekhar Malli, sir, Secretary General Aidcoc, to kindly present the awards. And first of all, I would like to call upon, with a round of applause, the Outstanding Performance Award winner for the extracurricular activities, Shri Raghuram Nidavanda, President of Karnataka Drug Control Enforcement Officers Confederation, please. This certificate is presented to Mr. Raghuram Nidavanda in recognition of his exceptional achievements in extracurricular activities. Traveling to 21 countries by Indian cars, covering 15,000 kilometers in 60 days, Kilimanjaro Mountain Expedition, Everest Base Camp Expedition, 200-kilometer BRM ride by bicycle in 12 hours, and several marathons, etc. His remarkable dedication, perseverance and adventurous spirit are truly inspiring, and we commend him for his outstanding accomplishment with a round of applause, dear friends. Congratulations, sir. May I now announce and request the Outstanding Performance Award winner, Mrs. Lakshmi Prasanna, the Aidcoc Training Academy. This certificate is presented to Lakshmi Prasanna. Ms. Lakshmi Prasanna, in recognition of her pivotal role in establishing the Aidcoc Training Academy and for her outstanding contribution in organizing 39 webinars with impressive participation from over 5,000 members. Her dedication and commitment have greatly enriched the success of our initiatives. Hearty congratulations to you, madam. Thank you, madam. Now I call upon the Best Drug Inspector Award winners for the performance evaluated from January 2023 till December 2023. First of all, I would like to call upon Shri B. Anvesh Reddy from Andhra Pradesh. The Drugs Inspector, the Best Drugs Inspector from Andhra Pradesh, Shri B. Anvesh Reddy. Congratulations, sir. I would like to call upon Srimati Vijay Raje from Haryana, the Best Drugs Inspector from Haryana. Srimati Vijay Raje. I would like to call upon the Best Drugs Inspector from Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you, madam, and congratulations. The Best Drugs Inspector from Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Ashok Hussain Bhatt. Big round of applause, dear ladies and gentlemen. This award, as I said, is been awarded for the performance of the drugs inspectors evaluated from January 23 to December 2023. Congratulations, sir. I would like to call upon the Best Drugs Inspector from Karnataka, Shri Prasanna Kumar. Yes, sir. Congratulations to Prasanna Kumar, sir. I would like to call upon the Best Drugs Inspector from Kerala. From Kerala, it is Shri Jayan Philip. It's a great honor and encouragement for all the award winners. So I request all the audience, please keep clapping. It motivates others also, please. And this encouragement should reach all the offices. Thank you. Next, I would like to call upon the Best Drugs Inspector from Maharashtra. The Best Drugs Inspector from Maharashtra is Suhas Tanaji Sawant. So on behalf of Suhas Tanaji Sawant, I request Shri Deshpande sir to kindly come and receive this award, please. The Best Drugs Inspector from Maharashtra is Suhas Tanaji Sawant. Next, I would like to call upon the Drugs Inspector from Tamil Nadu. The Best Drugs Inspector from Tamil Nadu, it is Shri M. Tyagarajan. M. Tyagarajan from Tamil Nadu Drugs Control Department. The Best Drugs Inspector. Next, I would like to call upon the Best Drugs Inspector from Telangana. The Best Drugs Inspector from Telangana is Shri M. Chandrasekhar. Shri M. Chandrasekhar from Telangana. Last but not the least, I would request and welcome the Best Drugs Inspector from Tripura. The Best Drugs Inspector from Tripura is Shri Supriya Das. The Best Drugs Inspector from Tripura, Shri Supriya Das, is receiving the award on the dais. Yes, sir. Congratulations to all the award winners and heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Minister and the dignitaries for presenting this award. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful for the ministers, the Health Minister of Karnataka, Shri Dinesh Gundurao sir's unwavering support for the Drug Control Department, which has been instrumental in ensuring the availability of quality drugs and cosmetics to the public. The minister's commitment to the public health and well-being is truly commendable. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Health Minister to the dais as we recognize and celebrate the outstanding contribution to the Drugs Control Department.
Music off ಮಾಡಿ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. It gives me great pleasure to be here at the All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation. It's Silver Jubilee celebration that has been hosted by our Karnataka Drug Controls Department. We have our chairman of our drug controller, Mr. Dr. Umesh is here. Then the president of the AIDCOC, Shri R.P. Chaudhary ji, the Secretary General Rajshekhar Malli, the organizing secretary Ajay Mudgal, the joint drug controller of CDSCO, Dr. Ranga Chandrasekhar, Mr. Deshpande, and all other members of the office bearers of the association on the dais, and all the drug control department senior colleagues and dear friends. So the drug control department is indeed a very, very important and crucial department which has got a long history, and I think the Drug Control Act was enacted in 1940, and since then this act has been in place to look at the pharma sector, manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, the maintaining the qualities, standards, and also how these medicines are distributed and are consumed by the public. So it is an important component of what the part of the health of the people. And when it comes to that, I think we see the drug control department playing a very crucial role, because the quality of drugs is one of the most important thing that we need to look at, and that I think that responsibility lies hugely with the drugs control department, and maintaining high standards of manufacturing in clean and hygienic and sanitized conditions, following proper protocols, proper procedures, which are of not just national standards but should be of international standards. I think that is what is most important, because we should not compromise on the quality of the drugs that is being manufactured. So there should not be any kind of relaxation in allowing people to be able to manufacture in substandard conditions, because the medicine, the quality of medicine should be equal whether the person is poor, rich, middle class, should not matter. When you are buying a medicine, whether you are a rich or a poor person, the quality of medicine should not vary. And so when the people go to the medical shop and buy a drug, I think what they will not look at, or they will not think about the quality of the medicine, because they assume that it is of good quality. So maintaining the standards of manufacturing is definitely something that is very, very important. And if the efficacy, because if the standards are not maintained, the efficacy of the medicine comes down, and it can have implications on the person's health, because if you are consuming something of not of standard quality, or spurious quality, then of course it's going to affect a person's health. Instead of being cured, he may even deteriorate and even cause, worse problems for him. So that I think is one of the most primary responsibilities of the Drug Control Department, to see that, your checks that are being done, surveys that are being done, inspections that are being done, should be done on all pharmaceuticals. And whether it is a big multinational company or whether it's a small company or a medium-sized company, I think there should not be, the amount of quantity can vary. They may be manufacturing in bulk or in smaller quantities. But just because it's a small company, we should not compromise on the standard. We should not say, it's a small, छोटा मोटा company है, उसको थोड़ा हम छोड़ देंगे. अगर ऐसा हो गया तो बहुत मुश्किल. It becomes a big problem. Because for us, it doesn't matter whether it's a small company or a big company. We want quality drugs, and I think we should ensure or to try and see that the Drug Control Department, the enforcement wing of the Drug Control Department, and the inspection wing of the enforcement Drug Control Department is working at that level. And if somebody makes a mistake, genuine mistakes can happen. But willfully, just to cut costs, just to bring down the price, if they are doing, then that cannot be forgiven. That is what that rule of law and enforcement of that law is of, I think, the greatest importance. That some people are willfully doing it, so that they want to cut costs and they want to earn greater profits. But profits at whose cost? At the cost of the health of our people. So this, I think, is something that, of course, I will not say that we are failing in this task, nor will I say that we are succeeding in the task. There's always scope for improvement. No system is perfect, and we can't expect that we are doing it at a level that is 100% perfect, which it is not, we all know. So how do we improve it? How do we see that these things don't happen? So for that, I think inspecting the facilities, going there, visiting, seeing that everything is being done properly, and surprise checks needs to be done, and seeing that there's no fudging of accounts, fudging of all kinds of data. That should not happen. So that is one thing. Second thing, I think, will be to see that checking the quality of the drugs in the market, doing random. I think you have procedures for that. So checking. So that is. So people should be, afraid that, or people should be worried that if our quality is poor, then we will face the consequence. So that fear of the law should be there. We should not become. I'm not saying we should go and create some sort of a draconian kind of a system, but fear of the law should be there. So that is one fundamental thing. And of course, the second thing that we've been noticing, again, we all know that how our pharmacies function and how it is so easily available. The medicines can be just bought over the counter. You can just go and just pick it up, and without proper prescriptions and without proper documentation. So this is also something that we have to really focus on. I've been telling our drug controller also that how do we control this? How do we ensure that our pharmacies or medical stores are not giving drugs without proper prescriptions. So abuse of drugs is happening. Recently, our Chief Minister, actually, he had a meeting saying how psychotropic and narcotic drugs are being sold or are being diverted from the medical stores and supplies to the general public and being used as a narcotic drug, where people are using it and abusing it. So CM had a meeting, and I'm happy to say that recently all of them, they did a good drive, and our department was able to catch many people selling this tramadol and all this kind of drugs. Pentadol, something, no? What is it? Trepentadol. So they did a good job. Police department and our drug control department, I think it was a joint operation. They went and caught many people who were doing this. So that fear should come. We should not allow this. It should not be that Chief Minister calls for a meeting and then we start acting. Or I suddenly take a review and say, "Arey, kya kar rahe? What are you people doing?" It should be that it should be a regular process that the department does. and how do we control that. So that is something that we need to work on, because there is abuse of this. One is drugs coming from outside, all those cocaine, this, that, all those things. One is genuine medicines being misused for narcotic purposes or for self-use for getting a high out of it. So this kind of a thing is something that also we have to focus on, and Karnataka is, we are giving a lot of focus for that. And the other thing that we are working on again is, of course, all of you very well know how to see that misuse and rampant use of antibiotic drugs is happening, causing for antimicrobial resistance, which is going to become a huge challenge for us in the health sector in the days to come, because of resistance to drugs, which will really make even simple kind of infections be difficult to treat. Now we are seeing urinary tract infections and all of that not being, the efficacy of the drug goes down, and these kind of things which we thought we had overcome are coming back into the system, and they're not being able to, we are not able to cure them. So because of the resistance to the the antimicrobial resistance, the bacteria that is building resistance. And unfortunately, I think pharma sector is not really focusing on bringing out new kind of antibiotics. New research is not there, because they look at more profitable kind of drugs than antibiotic drugs, which sells in greater volumes. So newer antibiotics has to come, newer research has to happen. That we have to, I think government also has to see that how we can encourage pharma companies to invest in that kind of research. So that is another issue. But our, and the way our doctors prescribe these drugs, that also has to be monitored, because many of them simply give off antibiotics, because a patient comes, let's give him an antibiotic and he'll be okay, but without really thinking about what is the exact need that patient needs. That is one side. Second is, people just go or call on the phone and get the medicines to the house. All that is happening. So these things we have to do it on a, I think for this, the department, of course, it is a question of going and catching these people, whoever is doing. And like I said earlier, a pharmacy should be worried that tomorrow somebody may check and I may lose my license. So that laws are there. In India, there is a law for everything. There is no dearth of laws in this country. There is a law for, even if you cough too much, there could be a law tomorrow. Why are you coughing too much in public? Go to the corner. So there is a law for everything. Maybe there are too many laws also. But when the law is there, I think it is see that how we can enforce it. So I think I have heard, I think someone from Kerala is also here, that in Kerala, this over-the-counter sales of medicine is very difficult, because the system is more robust. And so there people also are more aware. It's not just the system. The people are aware, so the system becomes better, because the people are more vigilant. So it is of course, it all is a reflection of our society. So like that, but that may, whatever that may be, but we as a department and as drug inspectors and drug controllers, we should see that we at least do these kind of regular drives where people should be scared to be selling these drugs without proper documentation. So that is one thing that I think I've been telling my drug controller, whatever you do, you will not get any political interference in anything that good you're doing. Or anything you want to do, you can do. We will not stop you. We will not say, isko chhod do, usko chhod do, isko bacha lo, nahi karenge. You do what you want, but you do it. Of course, it's got also a problem. Staff problem is there. He needs more inspectors. Definitely, we will look at that. And use of technology, I think. Technology is available, and we have so many new ways of collecting data, using data, getting information, and all those things are there. So this is also something how we can coordinate between states, between across the country. Manufacturer is somewhere, supplying is somewhere. So how do we take action immediately, faster? Also how we can probably improve our labs, make it more modern, more high-tech, and whether any equipment is needed, I don't know. But if all those things, our lab should be of the international standard lab. That should be our lab, because that is something we should invest in. We should not compromise on that, because we spend so much on so many things. But these things are the basic minimum things that a department should have. So that should be something that we should focus on. So these are the few points that was coming to my mind, and so I would say that the Drug Control Department will get full support from Karnataka, and whatever you need, I think we will try and do. And I wish this program, one-day event, all the best. I think we'll have many deliberations and discussions. And the subject also is good, enhancing patient safety. So all these things, I think ultimately we all do our jobs. But sometimes what happens, it becomes a regular thing for us. रोज का काम होता है ना, सुबह उठते हैं, शाम घर जाते हैं. So in the day we just do it like a regular process. But I think each person should think and see that how we can do something good for that day. You know, we should make our own work more satisfactory to us. That should be the goal. Not somebody is telling me, somebody is going to be looking up. We should make our own job more satisfactory to us. Okay, we have done our duty. We have done our job. We are doing to the best of our ability. I think that inspiration should be there. For self-motivation should be there. I think because we all can contribute. Every small contribution helps. You know, it helps to this and to the growth of the country, to the health of this country. And I wish that all of you people work on those lines. So I wish you all the very best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your leadership and vision and your words has really inspired us and motivated us. Your knowledge about the drug regulations, drug control department, the international needs, etc. It's really commendable, sir. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಔಷಧ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಣ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ತಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಲೆಕ್ಕಿಸದೆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ಜೋರದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಅನಂತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ ಸರ್. I request you kindly receive our heartfelt felicitations, sir. I request, sir, please. I request the LOC Chairman, Drugs Control of Karnataka, Shri Umesh sir, and the President of Aidcoc, Shri Chaudhary sir, to kindly do the honors. Honorable Minister's words and his address has undoubtedly inspired and motivated us to continue our efforts towards ensuring the health and well-being of our citizens. Thank you once again, sir. Dear friends, the Honorable Minister, in spite of his busy schedule, today being a very hectic day for him, he has agreed and with great love, he has joined the Aidcoc celebration of Silver Jubilee. So, big round of applause and thanks to the Honorable Minister of Health of Karnataka, Shri Dinesh Gundarao, sir. Thank you. On time, sir. Dear friends, the event is continuing. I request all the delegates to kindly have your seats. We have the dignitaries on the dais, the chief guests, the guests on the dais. So we have to listen to them. It's a great honor and the inauguration event is going good. So I request all of you please maintain silence and join us in a couple of minutes. The honorable guests will be joining us. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us on the dais, please. Music, please. Please give 2 minutes. The Honorable Drugs Controller and the dignitaries will be joining us. They have gone to felicitate, escort the Honorable Minister. So please give and cooperate for another 2-3 minutes. Okay. Umesh sir, please. Mahesh ji. I request all the delegates, please have your seats, and I request Uday Bhaskar sir and Raghuram Nidavanda sir to kindly come on to the dais, please. Dear friends, the inauguration session, the address by the guests on the dais and the felicitation to the past presidents and the distinguished guests is going to happen now. So I request for your cooperation, please. Please have your seats. Once again, dear friends, the guests are on the dais. You see the same faces probably always in all the Aidcoc functions, but these are the pillars. Actually, you have to give a round of applause to Aidcoc and the LOC for celebrating this, for making this event a grand success. And I request all of you, please maintain silence. So the session is going to continue. Dear friends, in the initial years of when Aidcoc was founded, the focus was on connecting the associations of drug control officers in various states and also to encourage the officers to form an association wherever it does not exist. So for this purpose, the office bearers, especially Shri S.V. Deshpande sir and Shri Ravi Uday Bhaskar, traveled to different states. As a result of these efforts, all the associations of major states got affiliated with Aidcoc with its great history and it has traveled 30 years. It's a great journey. So all of you are part of this wonderful celebration, and it's a great honor to have you all here. And I request the guest on the dais, Shri Uday Bhaskar sir, the Honorary Director General of Aidcoc, to address the august gathering, please.
Thank you, Nandini, for your wonderful the moderation or organizing this. And within that time, I was very particular that Minister has to leave at 11 o'clock. Nandini, it's your responsibility to see that it should be closed before 11. That's really I appreciate you and thank you so much. And the Chairman, Local Organizing Committee, and Drugs Controller, Karnataka, Dr. Umesh, and the President, All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation, my good friend R.P. Chowdhury, and Secretary General, All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation, one of the old players of Aidcoc, Rajshekhar Malli, and Chief Advisor and Founder Secretary General of All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation, S.W. Deshpandeji, and my good friends and my colleagues, and today's guests of honor, Dr. Ranga Chandrasekhar and Mr. Vishnukant, and very dynamic and hardworking organizing secretary, Mr. Ajay Mudgal, and the president, Raghu, and Mr. Venkatesh, and the past presidents. Good morning, everyone. I'm not going to take much time, as we are discussing and deliberating from the past 1 hour. Our president and Mr. Umesh and Chandrasekhar, guests of honors, are also going to talk. So I'm not going to take much time. Just I would like to emphasize, everybody is talking about the formation of All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation. And you know that instead of taking more time, better you go to the souvenir and you read about the 30 years journey of All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation. That makes you to understand the All India Drugs Control Officers in a better way. So I would like to make the people and our colleagues to understand. I don't know how many people are aware of that. We filed a writ petition in the Supreme Court requesting the Government of India to give instructions to all the state governments to implement the committees appointed by them to strengthen the drugs control administration. Prior to that, CDSCO used to have only 35, 36 inspectors. We can proudly claim that All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation, our writ petition in the Supreme Court, has made some impact on the policymakers of Government of India. And you also know that in olden days, whoever influential, who is politically connected, can become a Drug Control General of India. And the doctors, and there are so many people who are not complying 49A and 50A, and without any basic qualifications, they used to sit as a drugs controllers. Our fight was against that, and fortunately, we are seeing the results of having pharmacy people, the qualified pharmacy people are working with us, and that has helped us in strengthening our regulatory mechanism. And you also know that the Honorable Health Minister is talking about antimicrobial resistance and strengthening the regulations. We are all working on that. If you see our the thematic discussions, we are always more concerned about the consumer safety and strengthening the regulatory mechanism. I think we are going to have an open session. Just I wanted to stop here, and we need to introspect, and we need to work simply not by agenda or meetings, but we should have a very longer vision, and that vision we are fulfilling. And I think in the days to come, regulatory mechanism is going to be very strong. With this, I stop here, and I'm once again very much thankful to all our colleagues, and this should be going to give, vitalize and give strength to the All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation to revive, and it should work for the betterment of the consumer, and in that process, we need to work for the regulators in having a robust regulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uday Bhaskar sir. You were instrumental in coining this Aidcoc. And also thanks for your patience and guidance and support since yesterday. For every minute to minute, he is guiding our team. And on behalf of LOC Karnataka, I extend heartfelt thanks to you, sir. May I now request the guest on the dais, Shri S.W. Deshpande sir, the Chief Advisor of Aidcoc, to kindly address the gathering, please.
Good morning. I am really privileged and happy to witness this Silver Jubilee celebration. I am also proud witness to 30 years momentous journey of All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation. Many officers have contributed to the strengthening and growth of All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation. As a token of recognition, we have invited practically all officers who have been instrumental in strengthening and growth, facilitating the growth of All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation. We have our past presidents also, Mr. Panikar, he was our second president, Narayan Swamy was first president, Shirish Dabade. This is a token of recognition for the past presidents and officers who have contributed. About Aidcoc, what we did was from 1995, focused on key areas. First target was strengthening. Second was coordination with the government, redressal of grievances. And then priority was to the professional excellence through self-initiative. We also interacted with the consumer organizations. And when we invited for the first time the consumer activist at Delhi, he was surprised that the government officers are calling us and we might criticize you. I said, we welcome that. But you should also know what the officers are doing, what they are doing. We realized that drugs control officers are toiling hard across the country. There is no system in place to recognize the excellence. The All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation instituted Best Drugs Control Officers Award, which is presented at IPC every year. Best Drugs Inspectors Award to be given, to be presented during our convention. And recently, Neha Shauri Best Women's Award, Women Officer. We saw a dream that we should have our All India Training Academy way back in 2000. And many people said that this is not possible. This government job, it's not your job to establish the academy, training academy. Many said, you are trying to lift the Shivadhanusha. That's not your capacity. And we did not have money also in initial days. The funds were not available. There are two things we focused was on a short-term and continuous goal of training, seminars and workshop, conventions. And through that, everybody was sensitized that we need a training academy. We saw that dream. And one of our commissioner used to say that find the purpose means will follow. And we got the means, and the dream was realized at Hyderabad through efforts of major efforts of Mr. Uday Bhaskar, and the training academy is established. Because of COVID, we had to concentrate on virtual training programs. Academy has conducted so far 40 webinars, and it has benefited many officers and many professionals in industry and distribution network. I must place here on record the appreciation of efforts made by Lakshmi Prasanna for her continuous efforts for running this training academy, of course from the guidance of Uday Bhaskar. I think the journey will continue. I am happy to see youngsters, younger officers here, and they have to carry forward this, keep this mission objectives in mind, march ahead and strengthen this organization. Let us remember, future belongs to those who reach out for it, and we are committed to promise of a better tomorrow to the consumer and public. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shri Deshpande sir. Your advice, your contribution to the Aidcoc's journey, and your statement that march ahead and strengthen this organization. I hope all the young officials, not young means not only in age, so all are young here. So definitely we are going to listen to your advice and for the strengthening of this organization and for the benefit of the health of all the citizens of India, sir. So I request a big round of applause for the advices of Shri Deshpande sir. May now request the guest of honor on the dais, Sri Ranga Chandrasekhar sir, Joint Drugs Controller India, CDSCO, to kindly address the gatherings.
Thank you. Good morning to all those present here. Mr. Chaudhary, President of Aidcoc, Dr. Umesh, LOC, Chairman, and pillars of the Aidcoc, Deshpande ji and Uday Bhaskar ji, my colleagues from the Karnataka state who are seated on the dais, seniors sitting in the audience, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So at the outset, I would thank Dr. Umesh and then organizers for giving me this opportunity and join you on this occasion. I recall that day in Visakhapatnam when the formation of Aidcoc has been thought by all those present at that point of time. And I have been a member of the Aidcoc since the association, confederation has formed. It has strengthened from pillar to pillar, from strength to strength. But over the period, it was one platform which has brought about the regulators of all the states, which either two was not possible in 1995. So at that point of time, we had issues with regards to professional upskilling, with regards to issues regarding our services in the state government. So initially, I joined as a drugs inspector in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and I switched over to the CDSCO in 2012. So I know both the sides of the regulation. Having said how Aidcoc has strengthened itself, but during that period, maybe it has become subdued from the past several years. Now, we should take this opportunity of this silver jubilee to think how to reinvent ourselves. So what is the USP that we need to find out? So Uday Bhaskarji has already said. So our goal should not be only fighting for our rights and then our own this thing, but also to fight for the benefit of the patient. So this is the first point I would like to say. We all know that pharmacy, India is called as the pharmacy of the world. So being a regulator means we are not only regulator of a state, of a country, but also regulator of the world. Because if we are exporting to 200 countries across the world, the drugs which are manufactured in each of the state are being, which are being audited by us. They are being used by patients all over the world. So that means we are regulators of the world. That is why we should become more sensitive to whatever that is happening internationally. So suppose in general what we see, we had an opinion, this is for export or chalega, kuch bhi chalega. So that type of attitude we should give away with, because in the past, so we have seen some instances of quality of drugs, so which has affected the health of the patients. So because the theme has been the patient centricity, so we should think whether it is not our own citizens here, but also the patients across the world are our own citizens, and then from that angle we should like to regulate the quality of the drugs in the country. The world is looking at us. So even in the IGDRA, you might also know that in October we have conducted the International Conference of Drug Regulatory Authorities. So there, so everyone raises concerns on the quality of the cough syrups, or maybe the type of manufacturing units, the number of NSQs that come from the manufacturers here and whatnot, so many other issues. So we thought like this forum, interaction with the stakeholders is very important for us to understand their concerns and how to address ourselves. So the interactions like the Aidcocs and maybe any other forums, we should try to participate more. So know the concerns of the stakeholders and try to reinvent ourselves. So another challenge that we are facing is that, so India is the leader of generic drugs in the world. So no doubt, not only it is generic, but we have made them so affordable. The cost of drugs in India is the almost lowest in the world. But at the same time, we have to ensure that each of the affordable drug is also of the prescribed quality or the claimed quality. And also because a generic has become more commodity, because today if you go to USA, so which has been the target of all the major companies, there are at least 7 to 10 manufacturers who are supplying the same drug to USA, and they themselves are competing. So that is the reason, if you see in the last 10 years, the cost of the generic drugs in India has come down only because of the generic manufacturers in India. So in the last 10 years, the US has saved about $1.3 trillion because of the generics that have been produced in India. So $1.3 trillion means, you imagine, a trillion is $1,000 billion. 1 billion is $8,000, 8,000 crores. So you imagine what is the amount that has been saved. But this is a generic is become a commodity. That means a commodity means tomorrow any country could come forward and manufacture and export. So it is not something high tech or maybe which requires expertise. So what happened during the COVID is that the WHO and internationally people have become aware that essential drugs should be manufactured in their own country. So everyone is promoting the pharmaceutical industry in their own country. So because of that, the WHO has initiated a program called local production, how to enhance local production. It is promoting this cause. So in all the forum, even in the IGDRA, next month, we are having a WHO meeting on how to enhance local production. So it becomes a threat to countries like India, so where we export large amount of generic drugs. And So if we do not ensure quality of the drugs along with the affordability, then we will be losing our market share, and our industry will have to face so much challenges. So this is the point I would like to stress upon, so that my point is that ensuring quality is the utmost priority. So we can't, I should what you say, underscore the role of the regulators in the development of generic drugs in industry in India. Because without the regulators of the states, CDSCO not hand-holding the manufacturers, generic industry would not have traveled this far. There is no doubt. But from now onwards, we should focus on the quality of the drugs. So regarding this, we have many more challenges because of the federal system. The federal system, the states are there and the central government is there. But there is a need to how to better cooperate and better to each communicate, and then we should travel together to assure the quality of the drugs and to ensure patient safety. So this is one challenge. So there have been many initiatives that the government of India has taken. A new bill is going to come up, which is under discussion for quite some time. Maybe we could say something out of that. Many more initiatives. We have digital regulation that is coming up because we had a Sugam. We have launched the state drugs portal. So we have 4 portals. There is a Sugam Labs also there, connecting all the laboratories in the country. So even states like Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, they have come forward to use this Sugam Labs. So we are extending this Sugam Labs to them also. So apart from this, we are trying to integrate all the portals of CDSO as well as the state under a banner called Digital Drug Regulatory System. So this will provide one-stop solution for all the issues regarding regulation in the pharma sector. So apart from that, we have to address the challenges of the implementation of uniform implementation of the provisions of the Act and rules. So now to address this, we have also, you are aware that the Government of India has amended the rules to notify the revised Schedule M. This revised Schedule M will bring about our regulations at par with the international regulations. But the issue is that how far we are going to implement that. So those more than 250 crores have already, they are already have to comply with the requirements, and less than 250 crores in December this thing. So and the schemes also have come up wherein I am the chairman of the technical committee, where we have awarded more than 50 companies of subsidy of more than 2 crores, and more than about 100 applications are still coming up. So there are many initiatives. I mean, the long list is there that I would like to share with you, but I just got a message that the time is short. So I would stop here. What I would finally summarize is that we should all work together, enhance our skills. We should not be, the time has come, we should not be jack of all trades. There is a need for specialization in each of the areas. So build specialized inspectors or maybe officers in the one specific area, because the technology is evolving so fast. Adopt digital technologies, and of course we also have created a division called patient safety or a drug safety division at CDSCO, so which is looking after the adverse effects of the drugs. So in all these areas, so we will work together. So we will make India not only producer of affordable drugs, but a producer of quality and affordable drugs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, the data, the figure, the numbers, sir. Actually, I'm extremely sorry since we are running short of time for the felicitation and the followed by panel discussion. So definitely, I hope Umesh sir will arrange one training for all of us and to share your knowledge. Thank you so much for joining us for celebrating this Aidcoc event. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request the distinguished guest on the dais, Sri Vishnukant Buttada, MD, Managing Director, Shilpa Medicare Limited, to address the gathering, please.
Good morning to you all. Respected Dr. Umesh sir, Drug Controller of India, Drug Controller of Karnataka, and all the respected dignitaries on the dais. I'll not waste more time because I have given only 5 minutes. So, probably. So, sir, today I have been called here from the industry, and I was telling Umesh sir that really मैं बेगाने शादी में अब्दुल्ला दीवाना तो नहीं हूँ ना, क्योंकि all you are there as eminent personalities from the drug control department, and I'm the person from the industry. So we started in Karnataka. After my pharmacy graduation, we started division in Raichur, which is place, very backward district. And we have been supported by all this government department, including all drug department, which is the most important for us. And those who are there, everybody has supported us. Then we moved to the Telangana, where the Uday Bhaskar sir has given the first license to us, still I remember. Then Amrut Rao sir. A lot of people, all these people, now we have 7 plants in the world. What I wanted to emphasize here in front of you is really we wanted to become a pharmacy of the world, or we wanted to be innovative in the world. Because the generic, whatever we are doing it, probably one day it will be replaced by anyone else also. So this is most important, that we have to be different than what other people are doing it. Until and unless we do something different than what other people are doing it, it is very difficult for us to remain in that top notch where we, proud to say that we are the pharmacy of the world. Until and unless we invest into the NC, biologics, transdermal patch, film formulations, or anything which gives the destructive technology like the flow chemistry, these are the things of the future. I personally feel that if the regulation comes where you are the authority on these things, if you make such discussions on this, that how to streamline, how to help the industry, where those who are investing into the R&D and trying to do something different than what other people are doing it. Of course, it is not easy. It is not, but we have to learn, because a lot of people, a lot of the other countries are giving and encouraging now these things. So I request, to all the dignitaries here and all these people are here, because it is, you can always complain saying that this is not easy in our country, it is not that. Asma ke paas bhi jami nahi hai. So, we must do something then what other people are not doing it. And if the government and the industry comes together, then it is not impossible. One day definitely, how we are pharmacy of the world, we can be innovative, the industry and the nation in the world. Thanks for giving me the opportunity, sir, and thanks for calling me here, and really I am humble to be a part of this event. Thank you. Thanks all.
Thank you very much, Sri Vishnukant Buttada ji, for joining us and being a witness for celebration of 30th year of anniversary of Aidcoc. Thank you once again. Dear friends, it's now the time for the felicitation to the past presidents of Aidcoc. I request the following past presidents to kindly come onto the stage. I welcome Shri U. Fanikar sir, Panika sir to kindly come on to the dais. The past president, the second president of Aidcoc, the past president of Aidcoc. These are the actual pillars of Aidcoc and whatever the journey Aidcoc is making. So their contribution has to be recognized and well appreciated. So big round of applause. Unless there is a foundation, we can't build a building. So heartfelt thanks and congratulations to you, sir. Thank you, sir. I request for your response. Dear friends, please bear with us for, we know we are running short of time, so but I request for your few words, sir, please.
Thank you. At the onset, I would congratulate the present Aidcoc committee as well as the organizing committee for the Silver Jubilee celebration of the Aidcoc. And I place on record the efforts taken by the drugs controller of Karnataka, Dr. Umesh, Shri B.P. Chowdhury, the president of Aidcoc, Shri Chowdhury Saab. In few days, for the last few weeks, we were in constant touch, and I am very delighted to hear from your health minister that the vision envisaged by the Aidcoc has been done to a very great extent in Karnataka, because you have been able to get the support of the minister because of the work of the Drugs Control Department in Karnataka, headed by your drugs controller. And immediately after the talk, I met the minister for a second and told him and congratulated for having commented about the work done by the team in Kerala, about KARSAP, the antimicrobial activity that is done in Kerala. In 2017-18 we started, and we have established boards in all medical stores not to sell antibiotics without prescription. Now I am coming back to my response. I, having been a party member, tool to the formation of Aidcoc in 1995 at Visakhapatnam, when there were only a handful of people from Kerala to attend the Indian Pharmaceutical Congress, in which my not my best friend, but my best brothers, Deshpandji, Ravi Uday Bhaskarji, and many others were there, few others were there. Now, it has traversed through such a great period of 30 years that this time Kerala is represented by 32 drug inspectors. And that itself shows from 2 members in 1995 to 32 in 2024. And that is because of the efforts taken by the Aidcoc office bearers. Now, I would record that Aidcoc works on, I don't have much time, only 3 minutes time, so I don't have much time to record all the activities done by the Aidcoc or by me or by Karnataka State Drugs Control Association. Now, the philosophy by which Aidcoc works is just, I want to impress upon you that it is the philosophy that future belongs to you only if you reach out for it. So definitely a time will come, the future will come, when at the same stage we will celebrate the Golden Jubilee celebration of Aidcoc. When many of you sitting in the audience will be in the dais, and some of them in the dais will be honored like me because of age. And I would say in 1997, we hosted the All India Drug Control Officers meeting along with the IPC, 49th IPC in Trivandrum. And when Uday Bhaskarji and Deshpandji came to Trivandrum, myself and Uday Bhaskarji and Deshpandji went to the Maharaja of Travancore extravagant. He's not a real Maharaja, and invited him to inaugurate the the Aidcoc meeting, and he came, and our health secretary was presiding over that function. At that function, I just want to mention, we have a very, very vibrant leader in Sri Uday Bhaskar. Now, over 30 years, only his physique might have changed a little, but the vibrancy has doubled. So, keeping such people as Uday Bhaskarji and Deshpandji, Umeshji, and all are an asset to Aidcoc. So you should not forget the contributions of these people. And I have yesterday, by casual talk to Dr. Deshpandji, I told him that demand from me what you can do, not that you do like this, but demand, because I am ready to do further to Aidcoc. With these few words, you will definitely know what I have been, with the Aidcoc and how I am selected to get this honoring in this committee. So thank you very much. Thanks, organizers, once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now call upon the past president of Aidcoc, Shri Shirish Dabadeji, to kindly come onto the dais and receive the felicitation, please. Godless. Thank you, sir. And I request Shri Dabade, sir, to kindly respond for 2 minutes, please.
Good morning, my dear fellow pharmacists. Because of the noble profession of pharmacy, we are here. I think 90% of us are accidental pharmacists. Right? Everyone tries for the medical seat and then he accidentally falls into pharmacy, right? I said 90%. So it was a dream when I joined the pharmacy profession as a B.Pharm student. Then I became a drug inspector. As a drug inspector, I had a dream to reach to such an organization that I became a president of Drug Inspectors Welfare Association, Maharashtra State. And from there, I became president All India Drug Control Officers Confederation. So it was a full circle, and it's really an honor to be here. And thank you, LOC and Aidcoc, for recognizing the services of the past presidents. And to tell you one more thing, because of this Silver Jubilee celebrations, I'm meeting Mr. Vishnukant Buddhada. We had last met in 1989. He had come down to my residence in Pune. And today I am in Bangalore to meet him. So thank you, Aidcoc, for everything. And from my side, I'm still there with the president as on today. I always keep in touch with the Ravi Uday Bhaskar. Deshpande Sarithya is always there. And my services are always there for the fraternity and the drug control officers. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much for your response and words, sir. May I request the dignitaries, the guests on the dais, to kindly honor Shri S.W. Deshpande, sir, the past president of Aidcoc, please.
So I have already expressed my mind, and again I say I am fortunate to be here after 30 years. and hope to continue. So, thank the local organizing committee led by Dr. Umesh for organizing this event in a very disciplined and excellent manner. Thank you for felicitating me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request the past president of Aidcoc and also the honorary secretary general of Aidcoc, Shri Ravi Uday Bhaskar, sir, to kindly accept our felicitation, please.
Thank you for the organizers to honor me. A big thanks to all my retired colleagues and the present generations. With your support and blessings, I am here and still active, and I'll continue to be active and support the younger generations in the days to come. And I'm once again very much thankful to the organizing committee for doing such a wonderful activity, and it has come to their mind only. We need to facilitate the past president. Thank you, Ajay, and thank you, Venkatesh, Raghuram, and Umesh ji and other colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your words, sir. Actually, this event is a combined effort of all the drug control officers of Karnataka Drugs Control Department. So I request all the delegates, please put our hands together for the DCD, Karnataka State Drug Control Officers. So everybody, as a combined effort, this event has made great success. Thank you. May I now request the dignitaries, the Umesh sir and the Chaudhary sir, to kindly present the mementos to the distinguished guests on the dais, Shri Ranga Chandrasekhar sir. Kindly accept the honor, please. Dr. Ranga Chandrasekhar, Joint Drugs Controller, India, CDSCO. Thanks for joining us, sir. May I now request the distinguished guest on the dais, Sri Vishnukant Batuda, to kindly receive this honor, please. Shri Vishnukant C. Buttada, Managing Director of Shilpa Medicare Limited. Thank you for joining us, sir. Once again, I thank Thank you all for joining us for the inaugural ceremony and the award presentation on this Aidcoc Silver Jubilee celebration. The theme of this event, as you all know, protecting public health, enhancing patient safety through consumer-centric regulations. So on behalf of local organizing committee, I extend heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Minister who has arrived here. He was a part of this function. And also all the dignitaries on the dais, heartfelt thanks for joining us and making this inauguration a grand success, sir. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend thanks to all the delegates for joining us for this inauguration ceremony. And also I thank the media personnel and the press for carrying this information and the message to the entire Karnataka and India. So dear friends, here we are breaking for a tea, but before that we'll have one Bharatanatyam dance, which is a local culture of Karnataka, just for 5 minutes and followed by tea break. After that, I request all of you kindly join here in the same auditorium at exactly 12:20 for panel discussion on protecting public health, enhancing patient safety through consumer-centric regulations, which will be led by Dr. V. Raju, sir. So I request, and once again, on behalf of LOC, heartfelt thanks on behalf of Karnataka Drug Control Department. Thank you. Hello. I request MIFA team to kindly clear the stage immediately. There is a Bharatanatyam performance by Priyanka, Miss Priyanka and team. After that, we'll break for a tea, please. Dear friends, since Karnataka is rich in culture and heritage, I request the artist Ms. Priyanka and team from Kshiti Kala Kendra, Bengaluru, to kindly start the inauguration, kindly start Bharatanatyam. And there's a, I request artists, they need only appreciation through a round of applause that gives them immense energy to perform well. Thank you. Over to Kshiti Kala Kendra.
Good morning, one and all. Kshiti Kala Kendra began in the year of 2017 at Mallathalli, Bengaluru, under the able tutelage of Ms. Meghana Chandramouli, who is a student of Guru Srimati Archana Punesh and Acharya Srimati Deepa Shashindran, a Kuchipudi and Bharatanatyam exponent. Since then, Kshiti Kala Kendra is striving to impart training in Bharatanatyam and facilitate students to complete their exams conducted by Karnataka SSLC Board and Gandharva Mahavidyalaya, etc. Kshiti Kala Kendra senior students has been performing in prestigious venues all over Bengaluru and Karnataka from last year, and it's actively engaged in performing. It has given shows for Dasra Festival, Hornadu Annapurneshwari, Kolluru Mookambika, Shira, Byalakere Samsthe, and etc. and has also got accolades in many stages. Now we are performing Sri Gadanaya.
ಚಾಚುತ್ತ ಕಾಯಬೇಕು ನಮಗ ಶಿವ ಶಿವ ಕಾಯಬೇಕು ನಮಗ
ಎದ್ದು ಬಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡೆಗಳ ಚಾಚುತ್ತ ಕಾಯಬೇಕು ನಮಗ ಶಿವ ಶಿವ ಕಾಯಬೇಕು ನಮಗ ಎದ್ದು ಬಿದ್ದಲ್ಲಿ ತೊಡೆಗಳ ಚಾಚುತ್ತ ಕಾಯಬೇಕು ನಮಗ ಶಿವ ಶಿವ ಕಾಯಬೇಕು ನಮಗ
ತಿಳಿದ ಮಂದಿ ಕುಂತಿರಿ ಕಿಕ್ಕಿರಿದ ಕಥಿ ಕೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕ
ತಿಳಿದ ಮಂದಿ ಕುಂತಿರಿ ಕಿಕ್ಕಿರಿದ ಕಥಿ ಕೇಳುವುದಕ್ಕ
ಸುಣ್ಣ ಬೆಣ್ಣಿಯ ಗುರುತ ತಿಳಿದ ನೀವು ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಹೀರಬೇಕ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಹೀರಬೇಕ ಸುಣ್ಣ ಬೆಣ್ಣಿಯ
ಗುರುತ ತಿಳಿದ ನೀವು ಬೆಣ್ಣಿ ಹೀರಬೇಕಾ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಬೆಣ್ಣಿ ಹೀರಬೇಕಾ ಶ್ರೀಗಣರಾಯ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ನಿನಗ ಶ್ರೀಗಣರಾಯ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ನಿನಗ ಶ್ರೀಗಣರಾಯ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ತನಯ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ನಿನಗ
ಶ್ರೀಗಣರಾಯ
ಶರಣು ಶರಣು
ಶ್ರೀಗಣರಾಯ
ಶರಣು ಶರಣು
ಶ್ರೀಗಣರಾಯ
ಶರಣು 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 ಶರಣು
ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಶರಣು
ನರ್ತಿಸುತ್ತಾಯೇ ಅಜರಾಯೇ ನರ್ತಿಸುತ್ತಾಯೇ ಅಜರಾಯೇ ಮಮ ಮಸ್ತಕ ನೀರೇ ಜಗಲಿ ನರ್ತಿಸು ನೀ ನರ್ತಿಸು ನೀ ನರ್ತಿಸುತ್ತಾಯೇ ಅಜರಾಯೇ ಮಾನಸ ಅಧಿಮಾನಸ ಕೇರೆ ಅತಿಮಾನಸ ಮೈದೋರೆ ಮಾನಸ ಅಧಿಮಾನಸ ಕೇರೆ ಅತಿಮಾನಸ ಮೈದೋರೆ ಆನಂದಾಮೃತ ರಸ ಸೂರೆ ಆನಂದಾಮೃತ ರಸ ಸೂರೆ ನರ್ತಿಸು ನೀ ನರ್ತಿಸು ನೀ ನರ್ತಿಸು ತಾಯೇ ಅಜಜಾಯೇ ಸೋಂಕಿಗೆ ಮೂಡಿಯರಳೆ ಅಜ್ಞಾನದ ಗಡಿಗುರುಳೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕಾಂತಿ ಅವತರಿಸುತ್ತ ಬರೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಕಾಂತಿ ಅವತರಿಸುತ್ತ ಬರೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ನರ್ತಿಸು ನೀ ನರ್ತಿಸು ನರ್ತಿಸುತ್ತಾಯೇ ಅಜಜಾಯೇ ನರ್ತಿಸುತ್ತಾಯೇ ಅಜಜಾಯೇ ಮಮ ಮಸ್ತಕ ನೀರೇ ಜದಲಿ ಮಮ ಮಸ್ತಕ ನೀರೇ ಜದಲಿ ನರ್ತಿಸು ನೀ ನರ್ತಿಸು ನೀ ನರ್ತಿಸುತ್ತಾಯೇ ಅಜಜಾಯೇ ಅಜಜಾಯೇ ಅಜಜಾಯೇ.
Dear friends, this is the last performance. So continuously these artists are performing with high energy. So the same at the high energy, I request all of you please give a round of applause to these artists. Thank you.
ప్రాణాల నాట్య వినోదం నాలో రేగే నిన్నో హంసానందే రాగాలై వేదం వేదం అణు అణువున నాదం సాగర సంగమమే ఒక యోగం నిరిసని నమగ గరమగరిసని నిరిసని నమగ మదని సరే సగారి మగద మగ మదని సాని దని మదగ మరిగ సాగర సంగమమే ఒక యోగం చార జలధులే క్షీరములాయే ఆమధనం ఒక అమృత గీతం జీవితమే చిరనర్తనమాయే పదములు తామే పెదవులు కాగా పదములు తామే పెదవులు కాగా గుండియలే అందియలే మ్రోగా వేదం అణు అణువున నాదం
అతిథిదేవో భవ. ఎదురాయే గురువైన దైవం, ఎదలాయే మంజీరనాదం, గురుపాయే కుదురైన నాట్యం, గురుదక్షిణైపోయే జీవం.
నటరాజపాదాన తలవాల్సన నయనాభిషేకాన తరించన.
నటరాజపాదాన తలవాల్సన నయనాభిషేకాన తరించన.
సుగమము రసమయ సుగమము రసమయ నిగమము భరతముగానా.
వేదం అణువణువున నాదం, నా పంచ ప్రాణాల నాట్య వినోదం. నాలో రేగేనెన్నో హంసానంది రాగాలై. వేదం
జయంతి తే సుకృతినో రససిద్ధా కవీశ్వరా. నాస్తి తేషాం యశః కాయే జరామరణజం భయం. నాస్తి జరామరణజం భయం. నాస్తి జరామరణజం భయం.
From the big applause, I feel you all enjoyed the performance by the team. I request our ADCs, Mamta ma'am, Namrata ma'am, Shamla ma'am and Pushpa Priya ma'am to kindly hand over a bouquet to all the artists of Kshiti Kala Kendra, Miss Priyanka, Miss Meghana Chandramouli, Miss Rajini and Brinda. I also request Manjula ma'am, ADC, to kindly, because she is instrumental in bringing this artist for this event. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the artists, and I feel very happy looking at you because you are not raising from the seats. You're all enjoying this event. So dear friends, we are breaking for tea now for 15 minutes, and I request all of you please assemble here at 12:20 for the panel session, please. Thank you. Thank you one and all. Hello, hello. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, a small announcement. A big thank you for Nandini as a great MC. I think she has a very good profession, parallel profession ahead in her career. Thank you.
sir.
Excuse me, ladies. Please vacate the dais because next program has to be started. Please.
ಹಲೋ
ಇದೊಂದು ಓಕೆ ಇನ್ನು ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದ ಮೂರು ಬರಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ, ಮೂರು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗೋಣ. ಇದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ಇದು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ಮಿನಿಟ್ ಈಗ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಈಗ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಈ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ಮುಂದೆ ಬೇಡ, ಅವು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಎರಡು ಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಕೊಡಿ, ಇದು ಆನ್ ಆಫ್.
ಹರೀಶ್ ಸರ್,
ನಿಮಗೆ ಇದು ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಿ ಇದು ಸಡನ್ನಾಗಿ, ಅದು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಎರಡು 1 2
ಹರೀಶ್ ಸರ್ 130ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
That's fine. Yeah. Let it be there. No problem. Okay. Okay. No, I sent a revised good. This is too big. The small one, Prasanna I sent. This is too much. I'll send it to you. You want to make a picture of this? You are doing a good. It's wonderful. The dance, I like it. I'll forward to you, otherwise. Yeah, that's what I was telling you. That's fine. You need a printout of that. No, I don't need printout. She wants to read this. No? I didn't get the controllers.
I I request all the delegates kindly assemble in the auditorium, please. I request all the delegates kindly assemble in the auditorium. The panel discussion, the technical session is going to start now, please.
I have to remember, no, there are many Harish. Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah. I'll send it.
Hello? Check.
I'll send it to you.
Hello? Check. Hello?
No, I'll send you on WhatsApp. Is that fine? Okay.
My test. 1 2 2. Check. Check. Hello? Hello? Check. Mohan.
ನೀನು ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಈಚೆ ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತೆ. ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಬಾಯ್ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಈ ಟೀ ಬ್ರೇಕಲ್ಲೇ ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ತಾನೆ. ಇದು ಮುಗಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಫ್ರೀ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಬಾಯ್ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಬಾ ಬಾ ಬಾ.
Yeah. We got. Respected senior officers, the delegates of Aidcoc 30th year anniversary celebration. May I please... I request all the delegates kindly be seated. The technical session, first technical session of the day will start now. So I request all the delegates, please, may I seek your attention. Please have your seats. I hope the inaugural ceremony is a memorable one. That is Silver Jubilee celebration of Aidcoc, hosted by LOC Karnataka. So, and it is, it's grand success unless we have participants and the spectators. So nobody on the stage will look great. So it's because of you people, you all the officers across India, you have come here, joined us to make this event a grand success. So I thank you one and all on behalf of LOC Karnataka. And for the first panel session, that is on protecting public health, enhancing patient safety through consumer-centric regulations. So dear all, you know that panel discussions will bring together industry leaders, policymakers, experts, the drug regulators, officers, offering insights on the future of drug safety in India. A key panel discussion on this enhancing patient safety through consumer-centric regulation will bring together the leading experts in healthcare and drug regulations to discuss strategies to ensure the safety and well-being of patients in the face of growing challenges in the healthcare sector. The first panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. V. Raju, Vice President, Regulatory Affairs, Kyogen Pharmaceuticals LLC, USA. I welcome to you, sir. I request you to kindly come onto the stage, please. And I request Rashekar Malli sir to kindly hand over a bouquet, please. Dr. V. Raju sir. Dr. V. Raju, he is PhD in Pharmaceutical Technology, MBA, LLB, and licensed pharmacist in the USA. 40 years of experience, 18 years in Drug Control Administration, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and 22 years in pharmaceutical industry in various positions from product design to approval of life cycle management. Current position, he is the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs, Kyogen Pharmaceuticals LLC, USA. And he is an active member of All India Drug Control Officers Confederation since its inception. He is a General Secretary of the Indian Pharmaceutical Association, Andhra Pradesh State Branch for 3 terms, Founding Secretary and the Treasurer of IPA Regulatory Affairs Division for 3 terms, Secretary of the Local Organizing Committee of the Indian Pharmaceutical Congress 2000 in Hyderabad, Core Committee member of the Local Organizing Committee of the 66th Indian Pharmaceutical Congress 2015 in Hyderabad, organized by All India Drug Control Officers Confederation. Organizer for this year's IPC in Hyderabad, which is held in July 2024. And he has submitted and got approval from US FDA for a couple of dozens of ANDAs and DMFs, sterile dosage forms, transdermal patches, topical dosage forms, aerosols, sprays, nasal delivery systems, oral solids and liquids, and successful completion of many US FDA audits without any 483s. So he is traveling across the globe for vendor development, CMOs and CROs. So he is the moderator for a technical session that is protecting public health, enhancing patient safety through consumer-centric regulation. Hearty welcome to you, sir. May I now request the panelists for first technical session. I request Dr. P.B.N. Prasad, former Joint Drugs Controller India CDSCO, to kindly come onto the stage. And I request Bhaskaran sir to kindly come and hand over a bouquet, please. Yes, yes, sir, please. Please, both of you join, sir. Bhaskaran and Bhaskar, Deputy Drugs Controller, Karnataka. I request Ramesh sir, DDC Karnataka. I now request Sri Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General IPA, to kindly come on to the dais. He is one of the panelists. And I request Nagur sir, DDC Karnataka, to kindly come and hand over a bouquet, please. I request Karnataka DDCs to please cooperate. Mallikarjun Nagur sir. Buns. Yeah, sorry. I now welcome Dr. Umesh S., Drugs Controller for the state of Karnataka, the panelists of today's session. So please come on to the stage, sir, and I request ADC Vinod Kamble, sir, to kindly hand over a bouquet, please. I welcome Sri Sushant Mahapatra, Advocate, Supreme Court, Mace Corporate Associates, sir. He is one of the panelists. Hearty welcome to you, and I request ADC Tejasvi, sir, to kindly hand over a bouquet, please. Thank you. Hope you will enjoy this session, and there is a lot we are going to learn and get encouraged and motivated, and a lot of knowledge from this session. So over to the moderator, Dr. V. Raju, sir, please.
So thank you very much for all your presence here. It makes us feel, happy and very much encouraged, thrilled to see a lot of faces here. And I'll briefly introduce our today's panelists here, and on the thematic the session about the patient safety and our enhancement of the regulatory systems on this. So first I'll introduce our beloved Drug Controller of Karnataka, Sri Umesh ji. He graduated from VLCP Raichur in the year 1993, and he did his post-graduation in pharmacognosy from GCP Bangalore. Then he joined the drug testing laboratory Bangalore as a chemist, and then he did his PhD in regulatory affairs from JSS University Mysore in 2021. And he has very good experience, ranging from different positions in the drugs control department, and currently he is heading the drugs control administration in Karnataka. Welcome you, sir. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce Dr. PBN Prasad. He retired as the Joint Drug Control General of India from CDSO. He did his MPharm, PhD, PGDIM, PGDMM, so a lot of educational qualification for him. Presently, he is a consultant on pharma, vaccines, medical devices, and he is a visiting faculty at NIPER, Hyderabad. And he has a lot of experience. He traveled all over the world. He got trained in, evaluation of drug efficacy in the University of Kumamoto, Japan. Then he was involved in the drafting of guidelines for veterinary biologicals at VICH, Belgium. Then he is an expert faculty training of the drugs inspectors in CDSCO. He was an expert committee member for WHO Geneva in 2015. So he has very good, varied experience, which is useful for us to, understand more on ensuring patient safety. Welcome, sir. It's a great honor for me to introduce Sri Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General of Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, and he is Chairman of the Indian Institute of Health Management and Research, Jaipur. Sudarshan has a strong passion for healthcare and the education sector. He is currently the Secretary General of the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance and the Chairman of Indian Institute of Health Management and Research, Jaipur. He also serves as a board member of About India, Sunshine Holding PLC, and various educational institutions. Sudarshan is on the advisory committee of the Biotechnology Ignition Grant, Government of India, and a visiting faculty at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He is a certified executive coach from the Coaching Foundation of India. Sudarshan has a rich healthcare business experience of over 45 years and has contributed in shaping healthcare policy and improving access to healthcare in India. He has held several leadership positions in Abbott, J&J, Boots, and leading Indian pharma companies, and last served as Managing Director of Abbott Healthcare. His experience spans across pharmaceuticals, OTCs, hospital, diagnostic, and nutrition businesses. He has been associated with over 30 brands, which are among the top 300 in the Indian pharmaceutical market. He also served as chairman of the Life Sciences Skill Sector Development Council of India under the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. He is the first Indian recipient of the Global Chairman's Award at Abbott. Sudarshan is an alumnus of St. Stephen's College, Delhi, and IIM Ahmedabad. So we welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. I have the privilege to introduce an eminent personality like Sushant Mahapatra. He has been a very dynamic practicing advocate in the Supreme Court, and he is an advocate for the consumer rights. And his biodata runs into, oh my goodness, a lot of accreditations, credentials for him. He has set up the legal services company in the year 1998 at the age of 31. Imagine, how dynamic he is. And he was counsel for 13 criminal complaints against pharma majors, opposing quashing proceedings in the Delhi High Court for making marketing companies responsibility of markets of drugs. In ultimate result, the amendment was made to the rule by the central government under Rule 84E and 84D were added in the Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1945 and Rules 1940 and 1945. So in the field of pharmaceutical law, Mr. Mahapatra is one of the noted lawyers. Besides the pharmaceutical industry, he has an executive client base in various fields of activities such as nutraceuticals, publications, film-related activities, and hotel chains, to name a few. He has very good experience with respect to copyright, piracy, and online market piracy. So thank you very much, sir. We welcome you for the interesting discussion on the protecting public health, enhancing patient safety through consumer-centric regulations. Here, I want to bring to the notice of the panelists and the audience about the regulation here is the verb, not the noun or pronoun. How do we enforce them to make public safe? So regulations are already in place, the laws are already in place. How we enhance their experience with respect to the use of medications, protecting their health, community health, as well as their individual health. So here the public health encompasses our lifestyle. As was mentioned by the Honorable Health Minister about the bacterial resistance, antibiotic resistance for the microbes. That is a public health concern. Increasing diabetes, that's a public concern. Increasing the incidence of malaria in certain pockets, that's a public concern. So these all infectious diseases, lifestyle changes, so all the concern for public health. How we can step into this and enhance the affordability and the compliance to the treatment protocols in place. So public health, then the patient safety. Safety includes both safe and effectiveness. So safety doesn't mean that it has to be free from all the effects, but it has to have an effect. So lack of effect doesn't help. So safety includes the effectiveness part also. So how we regulate, how we enhance our presence to make the patients comfortable in accepting our medications. As you know, the WHO report, they published a report in 2023 fact sheet. Around 1 in every 10 patients is harmed in healthcare, and more than 3 million deaths occur annually due to unsafe care. So unsafe care includes medicines. It's not alone medicines. The care includes a lot of other things, but medicines is also part of it. So in low to middle income countries, as many as 4 in 100 people die from unsafe care. About 50% of harm is preventable. So see how much the numbers, how much it makes. half of this harm is attributed to medications, so which we have to be concerned. So now we'll have very good, interesting discussion. So I'm going to ask you, sir, some of the questions, important questions we discussed with all our members, and we drafted some questions to the panelists. We need your opinion, your understanding, evaluation, and all these important things for our life. The first question goes to Dr. Prasad. What is your experience in connecting the patient safety with the drug development and approval procedures in place?
At the outset, I would like to thank for the opportunity and the privilege given by Aidcoc, Uday Bhaskarji and others for inviting me here and to share my own experiences from the knowledge and the experience which I gained from my organization, that is CDSU. As the question is asked about what are in terms of safety of the patient, particularly in terms of the development of the drugs and the approval processes, which was the first question which was asked to me. As you all know, in the product life cycle, development is the first stage. So drug development and then the approval processes. The whole gamut involves the initial R&D and the trial studies and the pre-tox studies on the animals. And then moving into the phase studies from a healthy volunteer to the specific population, the patient for which the targeted objective in the clinical trial is. It's a complex process. It takes a few years before it literally goes into the next stage of the scale up to the implementation to the level of the commercialization, etc. So this whole gamut of this development involves initially the animal studies, pre-tox studies. So here now, once we say that India, as part of the regulatory system in the global harmonization, etc., or the global reliance, rather, we can say, and we try to harmonize with the other regulatory bodies globally. But in terms of harmonization, what is that we are trying to tweak the rules. Harmonization in pre-tox studies is, the concept is reduce, replace, refine and replace the animal studies. That's okay. So when moving to the regulatory in terms of clinical trial, the microdose studies and then going into the healthy volunteers, pharmacokinetic studies, moving into the next target proof of efficacy with a limited number of population, phase 2 and going to phase 3 in a large scale. In this entire gamut of this thing, there are a lot of complexities arises. What to waive off, what not to waive off. So it is an important task. And many a times, clinical trials, all the time it's not that necessarily it will be successful. It could be at times at failure also. And now as you experience during even COVID time, even though when we have in the regulatory department, there are timelines and approvals processes, application reviewing and approval process also. Either in terms of clinical development or clinical trial or even the product approval or the market authorization. But the issue comes is reviewing, and this thing is a very important issue where we try to tweak or where you try to convince this thing, this is harmonized, this is waived off. So there should be very meticulous in terms of product development and product approval, protocol approval process in the initial stage. So the patient safety is ensured right from the development of the product in the animal tox studies and in the safety studies in the initial phases, the microdoses, and then moving into the phase studies of different phases. Everywhere it is being ensured, even though efficacy is being tested, evaluated, safety is always monitored, untoward effects are always monitored, side effects are always monitored in terms of all phases of the product approval. So even during the clinical trial approvals, you see, there are riskier clinical trials like oncology related products or some other, even during the COVID time, the vaccine related issues are there where the accelerated approval processes, rolling reviews, etc. There is issues are there where we try to circumvent the things and then go ahead for approval. So there is a risk. So therefore, we have taken a risk during COVID. COVID is the best experience where we have gone for repurposeful drugs and other vaccines and many other drugs in order to, cut down the pandemic or try to face this thing, So there are issues are there where we overcome all these issues. So what we need the data is the limited data where is always, we cannot assure it, the safety. That's one stage. So continued with a limited conditions, the regulator approves the product. And then continue to go for the periodic safety update reports periodically and review and, communicate. And so that's a continuous process where safety is always ensured. So real world data and real world evidence is far more important than mere approvals of in the initial stage or the product approvals or the initial stage of market authorization. That's my view. So therefore, it's a continuous process. Safety is a continuous process to be monitored and should have an oversight.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. You touched an important topic about exceptions to trials. It reminds me the history in the drug development and approval history in the world. Most of you remember 1960s. There was a tragedy called thalidomide tragedy. So thalidomide was approved in Europe, and it was not approved in the United States because one of the reviewing scientists, she noticed something is not correct in the animal toxicity data. So they didn't approve, but the product was approved in the European and other countries. The result was very, very sad and tragic. More than 10,000 infants were born without limbs, deformed limbs, and they suffered. But that was saved by an alert reviewer in the United States noticing certain unwanted things in the animal toxicity data. So this should be our concern. We should be able to figure out where to stop, where not to stop. And it also reminds me, the failure of a clinical trial doesn't mean that it's end of the road. Same thalidomide is now approved for a different use. It is available now. And similar thing with Pfizer's sildenafil, Viagra, you know that. It was initially thought of using for something else, but it ended up using in different indication. So failure of a trial or the outcome of the trial doesn't mean the end of the goal, but we should not stop trying it. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Prasad. So the next question is to Dr. Sri Sudarshan Jainji. So what do you think about the role of pharma industry in enhancing patient safety vis-a-vis use of pharmaceuticals?
Thank you very much, Chairman. First, I would like to thank all my co-panel members, very distinguished panel. I'd like to thank Aidcoc for organizing this conference, and particularly thank Uday Bhaskarji, Deshpandeji, and all the presidents. It is indeed a pleasure to be here and the kind of work which you are doing. If I go back to pharma industry, 30 years Silver Jubilee celebration, it used to be around $2 billion industry. Today, $2 billion has gone to $60 billion, 30 times in last 30 years. And exports, where Uday Bhaskarji has played a very important role, used to be around $1 billion. It is around $28 billion. So we are around $58 billion industry. We want to be around $120 billion by 2030 and $450 billion by 2047, 100 years of India's independence. We have done very well as far as pharmacy of the world is concerned, volume supplied to the world. We are third largest in the world in terms of volume, 11th largest in terms of value. We supply every third tablet in Europe, every third tablet in US, every fourth tablet in Europe. But have we discovered anything in this country? Certainly no. Have we been the benchmark of quality? Certainly no. In fact, Uday Bhaskarji, me have been having constant discussion on this whole issue, and we have got Chandrasekharji here. A lot of regulation, as the chairman pointed out, have come. We have got Schedule M. Important thing is these regulations have to be implemented. We have got draft distribution regulation, which has been just announced. The regulation has to come in. We have got Universal Code of Marketing Practices, which has been announced. So there are three aspects from pharma industry point of view: manufacturing the product, distributing the product, and making sure that the product is used in right indication, in right dosage, and the patient get the benefit for the product which he has been prescribed with. To what extent we have been able to achieve this objective, there is a lot needs to be done. But all of us here are seized with the issue. And great thing is we have got drug controllers here, drug officers here, and they are future leaders who are the custodian. So I will highlight some of the critical areas which are there in all the areas. At this particular moment, quality schedule M, first is the quality culture. Do we have that culture? Do we have that mindset that I am dealing with the health of the people? Every employer on the shop floor, right from leader to the shop floor person. Many of the times they are chala do, product nikal do, right? But that leadership, right from leadership to the shop floor level, that culture of quality is fundamental. I am dealing with the health of the people. Nothing out of the specification will happen. Legislation will follow, right? Because if that culture is not there, you may have the biggest legislation in the world. But that culture of quality, there is no compromise as the quality is concerned. And we in pharma industry are inculcating that habit. And leaders, we do every year quality conference where we get the regulators of all over the world. And the leaders of the industry, right from Dilip Sanghvi, they will come there and talk that first is the culture, no compromise on quality, right? That's point number one. Second is the capability. Yes, a lot of work is being done by CDSCO, by industry to build the capability. Even the incentives have been announced, but the people have to take the incentive. And we should not keep on asking that Schedule M should be extended. Because at this particular moment, in this industry, healthcare industry, there cannot be any compromise on safety. Safety is fundamental. So point number one is quality, and quality will not happen only by legislation. Quality will require deep enforcement, and those who cannot follow quality, we don't have the right to be in this industry. Point number one. And it is important, and we in IPA, we are committed to that. I assured Mr. Chandrasekhar always. We are setting up a skilling institute at Ahmedabad. $50 million IPA companies have committed. 2 places, Ahmedabad and Hyderabad, will set up the skilling institute right from pharmacy graduate to the drug regulators, to the company people. We like to upgrade our investment. And this is the initiative taken by our companies ourselves. And we told the government that for us, because if there is one incidence of bad quality, it has got impact around the world. And we ourselves get impacted, because when the case happened in Pakistan, I get worried that should I give cough syrup to my grandchildren or not. So it impacts everyone. So first is the quality. Second is distribution. Yes, journey has begun. The way we distribute our products, transportation, the way we store our products, you may get the best quality. Like insulins, if they are not stored in a refrigerator, and before going in the night, the chemist put the refrigerator off, will it work? So the distribution area, educating stockists, educating retailers, and the job of industry is very, very important. I'm also associated with Novo Nordisk, so we do a lot of work in education of retail, but still we have to go a long way. I will congratulate again CDSCO that they are working on a draft distribution policy, which is talking of distribution and those areas. Third area, which is very important, is pharma industry representatives going to the doctor and making a claims about the product. AMR is a big problem. Drug interaction is a big problem. Drug side effects and drug recall system at this particular moment does not exist. So we have got, again, lot to do. UCPMP has been announced by the government. All the companies have committed. We are in the beginning of the journey. So I would like to say, given the time constraint which is here, We owe a lot. We are in a very noble industry where we make the difference every day in the health of the people. It's a very noble profession. At the end of the day, but if we are not able to satisfy the patient who has been prescribed our product, we are responsible for it. So India, great opportunity for India. We are the pharmacy of the world. We'll continue to be the pharmacy of the world, but developing also products in the world. So we will not be only make in India, we will be make and develop in India. So after 30 years, if we celebrate once again this, we should be able to say we are quality destination of the world. We have developed 30 products in India, and we can be proud of that fact. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Sudarshanji. You have done home very good point that industry should come out of, the expecting pampering from the drug control department. That's a very valid point. They should come out of the shell and start doing the right things. They cannot be crybabies anymore. The industry has grown from, as you mentioned, from $2 billion to $60 billion now. It's a big industry. So they should come out with novel technologies, novel tools, educate the patients and prescribers. So there's a lot to go, as you mentioned. It's wonderful to have your opinion, sir. Thank you. Now the next question goes to Dr. Umesh. So do you think any change is required in reorienting the enforcement activities currently in place to keep the patient safe?
Yes, definitely change is required, but not in enforcement activities for the safety, but to sensitize the policymakers. The very moment we say that patient safety, the health subject comes first. Health is the subject matter of both center as well as state, right? It is the responsibility of the state and central to make the enforcement activities simple and easily accessible to the consumer. When the patient safety comes, the regulatory activity has to make some tweaks somewhere here and there. First, changes has to be made, in my view, is proactive risk management. Shift from reactive enforcement to the proactive risk modulations to mitigate the risk of a consumer safety. Where we can identify mitigate the risk, right? Before it harms the patients. Next comes streamlined communication. The communication between healthcare workers, regulators is a must for the safety of the patients. We have to integrate latest technology for the safety measures of the patients. And we have to strengthen the regulatory bodies. One thing. Then, to curb the menace of a spurious and not of quality drug, a national portal is a must. In Karnataka, we have developed a SMS alert. Once the drug is declared as not of quality in one place, the very next minute, it will alert all the stakeholders in the state. Thereby, our motto of a department is not to consume the not of quality drugs by the consumer. There is no point in the drug is getting a not of quality in Karnataka, which has been supplied and manufactured and supplied by other state of the country. When we came to know that, we have come to know that if the drug is not of quality, we seize those drugs. What if the same drugs are getting consumed by the other patients in other parts of the country? So for that, a national portal is supposed where we can control the manufacturer activities, the export activities also can be controlled, distribution chains can be controlled. This is my take on this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Umesh. You have touched a very important and persistent, the the relational issues between the center and the state. That's an important point. You know, we have friends like Dr. Chandrasekhar Ranga, you know, can help elevate these and minimize these, you know, the barriers in communication between states and center and across different states. So that's a very, very important thing, that communication issue. How the drug is approved by the CDSCO, all the technical information, if it doesn't reach the state, they'll be in completely dark. So that communication channel has to be established. If it is already there, that has to be, you know, modified so that they have all the information at their fingertip. You also mentioned about the preventive measures rather than the curative things. Yes, definitely the patient safety depends on the prevention rather than the cure. So you have touched upon very important you know, issues and the barriers in the enforcement of regulations in the patient safety. Yeah. Now I'll move on to Sri Sushant Mahapatraji. So what, in your opinion, are the biggest challenges in India today assuring patient safety and quality of pharmaceutical products?
I'm so much thankful for inviting me. Normally, lawyers are not invited into the regulatory functions. But I think I'm the non-controversial person in this fact. Most non-controversial person. Most controversial. That is another way. You are making it controversial. I'm coming to that point also. So he rightly said, I got a call from Mr. Sachin Kamble. He invited me, so I got surprised how I've been invited. Then I remember Mr. Deshpande must be behind the scene because he likes me so much. I respect him. So that may be the reason why I've been called here. Now I'll come to the point of Mr. Sadhwani. He said that I am a most controversial person. Yes, I am. Why I'm telling you? I have represented the government. I am giving a training to government officers. I protected the companies also in the court. I filed PIL against the companies in the court. So that's why I'm thinking that I am non-controversial, because you all people love me. I think so. Yes. So I prove my point. Now coming to the another part, consumer safety. If we see this Drugs and Cosmetics Act itself, this is basically consumer-oriented act itself. Entire section from 1 to 38, now we'll find everything is devoted towards the consumer safety. It's a 1940 Act written in such a manner that even it is today also it stands to the test of the things. Some of the points which may pinch someone, which may not pinch someone, what I found, we talk about the NSQ many times. So there are two types of NSQs. One are the criminal intent NSQs, which are produced criminally, as somebody said, that to gain a profit. And some are genuinely they are not interested to do, but by chance that affects. Then while enforcing these regulations, we have to take into account the previous history of the company itself. It may be a big or it may be a small. It's not that the only small companies are found to be NSQ, and bigger companies are found to be NSQ. So first we should start, as law says, unless a person held guilty, he should be deemed innocent. Our investigation must start impartially. And what I think, nowadays, when some NSQ is found, then case is filed in the court. That is not going to solve the problem, as per my own experience. Because if you file a case against a company for NSQ, for a one drug, or suspend his license for a day or two, or a month or 2 months, it is not going to solve. If any NSQ is coming forward, then I think there should be an in-depth investigation. Start from the API. Because almost all cases, API may be the culprit, because I know personally some information that comes to me from the manufacturer. Many times manufacturers do their things unknowingly, but many times they do their things carelessly. So the one thing is that the controllers, the drug controllers, drug officers has to ensure that the person should be taken to the task by not just cancelling a 1 month or 2 months license or 1 product, 2 months product license. There should be thorough investigation, and if the company is found to be not performing well, not complying with the GMP, not by the GMP word, but really GMP, then they should be taken to the task, and we should improve to see whether the person who is behind the show, who is manufacturing, the manufacturing chemist, QC, QA is there. If they are lacking their expertise in manufacturing, then they should also take into the task. This is the first part. Then that way we can ensure that some responsibility can be created in the downline management also, because we are ignoring always QC and QA people. Why that's so? Because the education, there is no continuous education system is there. I know the paper industry. In a paper industry, we are the paper makers. What paper makers do, they take the assignment on contractual basis. They go to the companies. They develop the paper quality. The number of paper qualities are there. So they stay there. They do the manufacturing process. They establish the manufacture. Then they transfer the technology. So in many forums, I have said that. Even on a CDSU also, I am saying that this all qualified M-Pharma scientists, these manufacturing chemists, there should be some panel in the country so that they should be allowed to give their services on contractual basis to the companies. That's why we are going to improve the quality of the medicines. As far as the challenges concerned, as asked to me, today the challenge is basically counterfeit medicines are there. I have not taken a single case of a counterfeit medicine in my life. Whether I fight against them. I think there was one case there in Calcutta. They sought me for some suggestions and consultations from me. I have given them my suggestions and advice. So I am there if anybody has anything, because I think many friends are here mine. They never remember that I have approached them for any of work. If they are wrong, they are wrong. If they are right, they are right. So I go to the court directly. I don't approach the officers or any concerned person. I go to the court and directly file the case. When I found that this marketing companies, they are taking all the gains and manufacturers are put to the peril, I filed 13 cases in the court and ensure that this marketing legislation be taken into account. Then ultimately central government passed the legislation making the marketing companies responsible. It's my own experience that after that, the quality of a drug has improved a lot. If you compare 20 before and after 20, there's an improvement is there. So this is a take. There are many things I can't accommodate within the 5 minutes time. So that's a take from me.
So thank you very much, Sri Sushantji. You have touched, very important points, which are the burning topics for all the consumers, like not of standard quality drugs. Yes, of course, whether it gives confidence in our system or whether it confuses them or it scares them. So we have to, focus on other things. So another point you said that I am an odd man in this and I may not belong to this, but sir, you're like brakes in a car. The brakes help us going fast. It's not to stop you. Same way attorneys make us to go in the right direction, and where required, they put a brake on us. So that's a thing, right perspective. So next move on to Dr. Prasad. So please throw some light on how the pharmacovigilance system is useful in protecting patient safety.
Yeah. Pharmacovigilance speaks about the safety aspects. This is an important area where the consumer is empowered to report on the safety issues, on the ADR reporting, adverse drug reaction reporting. Way back, the CDSU under Ministry of Health, Government of India started in 2010, the Pharmacovigilance Program of India. Now, India has become a significant contributor in terms of ADR reporting to the global monitoring system at Uppsala, monitoring center on the pharmacovigilance practices. So safety reporting by the consumer is very, very important, or the patient is very more important. This is the area where the patient is empowered. In fact, if his or her contribution as a patient is very important in reporting, apart from healthcare professionals and others, this is a very important area where the safety reporting, ADR reporting helps in regulatory decision making and regulatory interventions, either banning a drug or a fixed dose combination or any other things, banning a drug, prohibiting a drug, or regulating and restrictions or some box warnings or tweaking on the labeling issues, etc. It helps a lot. So this is one important issue where the data will be collated and analyzed and then reported, and then there is a signal panel in the pharmacovigilance National Coordination Center at Ghaziabad, where they evaluate and take a decision on there is a panel of scientists and other people, regulatory people, to take a decision on that, and then accordingly regulatory decisions are made. Now coming back to pharmacovigilance practice now, pharmacovigilance is now, it is incorporated into the revised Schedule M. If you can see the part 1, so the market authorization holder has to implement, if you can see the part 1, 6.11, you can see the clause, where the pharmacovigilance needs to be implemented, has to be by the market authorization holder. And even the recent DCJ circular you can see in the public domain, by February 25, every market authorization holder has to report the ADR reporting, adverse drug reaction reporting. So the onus of the industry doesn't simply lie on the Schedule M GMP compliance, is not that. The onus also lies in the pharmacovigilance practices, the version 2.0, where there is a pharmacovigilance site master file, like you have a manufacturing plant site master file, you have a site master file, you have a pharmacovigilance officer in charge reporting, and time to time reporting and collating and all these issues are there. So it is a very important area where the industry also has to take the onus now, not just the quality and compliance of Schedule M, and there should not be a fragmented approach. Okay, there is, whether it is a 250 crores below or a 250 crores above, that's a different issue, where the facility where the products are manufactured. Forget about this fragmented approach. There should be a uniform approach in terms of reporting, in terms of safety, adverse drug reaction reporting, collecting the data periodically by the industry, irrespective whether it's a large-scale industry or MSME or whatever it is there. They should take the onus on the safety issues, because these are the issues where there is a triggered certain panic issues in the country and globally also, because we say we are the pharmacy of the world, but we should also take the onus on these issues also, where not just quality, not just efficacy, but safety is of paramount importance. So therefore, every stakeholder, apart from the industry, even the consumer is empowered here. So therefore, consumer or the patient is empowered, and therefore they have to utilize the maximum these resources in terms of reporting, and then it will help a lot in regulatory intervention, pharmacovigilance practices, because this is an important area ultimately, because it is because the long-term effects on the safety issues, because the safety issues are only assessed with a limited data, limited this thing under certain conditions. The product approval is given with a limited data, with a limited indications. So over a period of time, the patient experiences, and there are many things which are not reported during a clinical trial or a product approval, or reported in the long-term usage of these drugs. So therefore, the pharmacovigilance practice is equally important, or even much more important in the coming days compared to GMP. So not just quality, concentrate on safety issues, wherein the ADR reporting is very, very important. And here the consumer or the patient is empowered, and so that, it will help a lot in regulatory interventions. And, that will help in terms of the patient safety is a very important issue where it needs to be implemented. It's going to soon to be implemented. That helps a lot in regulatory decision making and in a harmonized approach in terms of patient safety. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Prasad. You have touched very, very important points in the post-marketing activities for the industry as well as the consumers. The signal management is very, very important, in light of a lot of reports you get day in and day out, a lot of publications on a molecule. So the making the manufacturer responsible, manufacturer in the sense market authorization holder responsible for reporting all these activities, wherever in the world that particular molecule has something been reported in any language, they have to get it translated, submit to the agency so that they review. In light of these, I'll cite one example. Recently, you must have seen there was a concern on one of the biggest products. Ozempic is a brand, semaglutide is the drug. semaglutide drug, Ozempic brand of Novo Nordisk, there was an article in CNN that, people using this are getting blind. Have you seen that? People are getting blind with the drug. That was a sensational article in the CNN. But immediately FDA came out and said there is no correlation. We could not establish correlation because of insufficient data. Still this is going on, but that is a signal for the regulators to get alerted. So these are all, unless these are reported, the regulator cannot make any decision whether to continue to allow this product to be sold or some pause has to be made on this. So pharmacovigilance is very crucial in ensuring patient safety. Thank you, Prasad, for highlighting us. Next question goes to Sri Sudarshan Jain. So what is that pharma industry could have done differently given the current regulations and consumer expectations?
Thank you very much again for this question. Two areas which are of importance for the industry, which we did very well during COVID time, but we have to continue doing it. Like for life, air is important. And for the growth of the industry, air is important. Air, I mean academic, industry and regulator collaboration. We can do much more in that area. Academics operate in a very different world today. Our courses are way behind times. Teaching methods are way behind times. So we as an industry have to work very closely with the course development, with the teachers, how do we train it, and regulators and all of us work together to make our regulation and courses in line with the best in the world. Still, many of the things are way behind times. There is a lot of openness in communication now in all the three areas. It will take time, but we have to move forward in that particular area. Talent building. I will give the example, like say we have got two plants in this country, Cipla and Dr. Reddy's, which have been declared as among top 20 manufacturing plants in the world. Project Lighthouse, World Economic Forum. Now, when the industry and technology is moving so forward in a particular space with some of the companies, are our courses, are our regulations are moving forward, and what industry is doing to take it forward. So that becomes point number one. Just give the example, like animal testing, is it necessary today for biologicals? There is a lot of developments which are taking place. Clinical trial regulations, time period which is taken. Even before I start development of any drug, I have to take the approvals. So how do we make our regulatory system, how do we make our academic system, and how do we make responsible industry to work together to advance the industry agenda? Point number one. Point number two is digitalization. We don't have, the more digitalization we do, the better it will be for everyone. Like in the financial market today, we keep on talking about financial markets. Today, with Google Pay, even 100 rupees can be paid, 80 rupees can be paid while buying a vegetable. But we don't have any electronic health record. If I want to recall my products, we don't have those systems. There are no recall systems which are there. Once the product leaves my factory, I don't know where the product has gone after manufacture, because there is no record of the product at the retail level. I don't know at the moment, right? What has happened to spurious drug, counterfeit? If I don't have the record, if the technology is not being applied, can the industry work forward in those areas? Patient records are not there, manual. So what the doctor is prescribing, what is being dispensed, there are a lot of errors. So two areas for focus from industry point of view is talent building, working closely with academic institution and regulator, and play a very important role in digitalization and education, skill building in this whole area. These are the two focus areas of IPA. IPA companies are committed to it, and we'll like to work on these agendas. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sri Jainji. You have touched a very, very important, point about AIR, the academia, industry, and regulatory collaboration. That is very much essential and required, and that is the need of the time. So that definitely improves because the academy can develop certain new tools which can minimize our dependence on animal studies, the human exposure. So all these can be minimized like by developing tools on the in vitro methods. Like you have a BCS classification system has come now. That is helping us approving products without any bioequivalent studies. So such tools can be very well developed with the collaboration of industry, academia, and regulators can definitely contribute into that. Thank you very much, sir. So next we'll move on to Dr. Umesh. So what tools are needed to uphold the spirit of the drug regulations in India, keeping the patient safety in mind?
Very good question, Dr. Viraj. As I told earlier, the important tool is required to uphold the spirit of the drug regulation is a strengthening of the regulatory system. The poor drug products can be results from the poor manufacturing practices, unsuitable packing system, and also the improper storage conditions. As the drug manufacturing in India are getting increased day by day because of the demand of the drugs manufacturing in India are very much needed globally as well as in Indian market. So to have a stringent inspection or stringent audit, I'm of the opinion that a strengthening of the enforcement system is the need of the hour. Regulatory compliances does not end up with a drug approval. It has needed to be inspected properly till the safety of the approved drugs. Then comes harmonization. Harmonization is important to share the knowledge across the borders to help the system and to know the system where we can share our knowledge, share our expertise for the better manufacturing aspects. Upgradation of skill is the one tool. The program like Aidcoc is already conducting upgradation skill for all the officers across the state to get trained so that their skill can be upgraded for the latest technology as well. When it comes to one more aspect I want to tool main thing is to deploy the portable laboratories to find out on the spot testing in the remote areas. If we implement these tools in the system, I feel that we can upload the spirit of the regulations in India for the safety of the patients. Thank you.
So it's wonderful, sir. You have touched very good points like, the packaging, storage of the medications play a lot of role, and the skills needed for our regulatory officers. Upgradation is the need of the hour. Another important point you mentioned about mobile laboratories. That's a very good concept that should be, because that should have enough tools like, as Jainji was mentioned about the collaboration industry where academy can help us. We have a technology called, Raman spectroscopy. You must have heard about Raman spectroscopy, near infrared. So that gives us immediate result. There is a camera like a scanner, scan on a product, it will tell you if you have developed a library, it will tell you how much percentage is there without any destructive testing. So that task can be taken up by the industry, develop a library of all the molecules available, so then that will make the enforcement easy. Thank you very much. That's an important point. Now we'll move on to Sri Mahapatraji. From a consumer's perspective, do you think the current regulations and regulatory oversights provide the desired confidence in the consumers and pharmaceutical products manufactured and sold in India. What in your view are a few solutions to enhance patient comfort, trust and safety?
As we deal with the Drug and Cosmetics Act, that is only not a regulation which deal with the drug. There are many other regulations. Like we have today, Consumer Protection Act is there. So under the Consumer Protection Act, there is a setup that's called Director General of Investigation. Then we have a copyright law, then we have a patent laws, then we have a trademark laws, then we have a provisions under the Drug Act itself. When we call about the confidence of a consumer, many consumers doesn't know that even under Drug and Cosmetics Act, power has been given to a single consumer. Today we are facing, like the drug control officers, there is a shortage of officers. India is such a big country, day and night these officers are working. It is not possible for the officers to cover entire India. So we need a participation of the public also. That's why in the amendment, there is a provision made for the NGOs, consumer associations, and consumers itself, who had been given a power to prosecute the companies when they found the standard of quality is not correct. But then it is a duty of the officers itself, government, then there should be awareness among the public that even they can draw a sample and they can test. If suppose in an area we can create, suppose in Mumbai itself, some 1,000 people are created as a volunteer to take the sample. What's the taking sample? Just they have to buy some medicine on bill. They send it to the laboratory. The government laboratory should facilitate the testing of the samples received from the purchasers, public. So once this process starts and it take volume in the country, then definitely I think there will be a fear among the scrupulous persons, and there will be public participation in every nook and corner. And then I think this will create a confidence among the public itself. This is one part. The second part is, I have seen that when the sample are sent to government laboratories by the purchaser, normally they are not entertaining that samples. So nearly this ADCO, from this association I want to say that there should be a provision in a government laboratory that when the sample are received from the purchaser, they should test it and send it. So thereby even each and every inspector, sometime I think yesterday Honorable Minister was saying that the entire 140 persons are inspector in the country. So we need a participation of the public in the country. One more suggestion I can have, that there's a shortage of labs, government labs in country. So we can, like this custom department, now we can see the private ports are there. The private ports are managed, so far the custom is concerned, is managed by the custom officials. So if we can create some price monitoring units has been created under the NGO platform by the central government. If we can take some laboratories to participate for testing of the samples, and one of such volunteers have been given charge of, then the number of samples can be taken from the market and can be tested. It may not be a statutory sample. We're not going for prosecutions, but as far as the sample testing is concerned, the volume will be increased. And if in that process, if something found to be not have a meeting to standard, that can be recalled from the market, and the new GMP also given a recall procedures. These are some of my suggestions to the association.
Thank you, Mahapatraji. Yeah, you have touched one important aspect like public participation in ensuring the product safety. Yeah, that's a wonderful thing. Unless the public start demanding, nothing will improve. It all depends on your demand. So that's a very important thing. And the next point you mentioned about the government test labs accepting private samples, I think our esteemed drug controllers can make a decision on this and can help elevating the situation now. So now the next question. Next we have 4 questions which should be brief. I request you to be brief so that it should not come in the way of the lunch. So take 1 minute for telling the audience about. So Prasad, so what do you think It will create panic in public on seeing press publicity about not of standard quality drugs. How can the consumer be protected from NSQ drugs?
Yeah, not of standard quality drugs, especially when it comes to the media or posted in the website of CDSU or any state drug regulatory agency. So it triggers panic among the consumers or the patients. That's one issue. Second issue, it tarnishes the image of a very good compliant industry. Coming back to the not of standard quality, two issues are there. One, which is, you can say, substandard or not of standard quality, which do not comply to the pharmacopoeial specifications or standards of a drug, which is really, or the patent and proprietary, wherein an authorized license is there. So here, most of the failures are primarily due to non-GMP compliance at the industry. That means not in terms of facility, that is primarily you get a product license, but you have not developed a product properly, not developed, validated, stability studies, and then scale up and put it in the market. Substantially, it will reduce the not of standard quality drugs. Second, in the supply chain, as there is a draft report is already there, draft guidelines are there for the good distribution practices. If it is made not just voluntary, if it is made compulsorily and mandatory, it will substantially reduce the counterfeit or falsified drugs. Even in WHO, there is a rapid alert system. So therefore, such rapid alert systems and recall procedures must be in place. And lastly, my advice or my thought process is, all these are not of standard qualities declared, is primarily the statutory driven samples and declared as not of standard quality, but there is no such system of voluntary recalls. It's only statutory initiated recalls, not voluntary initiated recalls. This is a very, very important where the industry needs to take a call on this. Secondly, it's not the statutory statutory inspectors drawing the samples, but consumers must be given, encouraged, and educated to draw more samples so that the inspectorate staff or the regulators can concentrate more on risk-based criteria of sampling, risk-based inspections, and that's a good idea where, the consumer should be encouraged to draw more samples and get it tested so that the patient can be more empowered and enhancing. This is what the title said, consumer-centric regulations or patient-centric regulations. So patient must be more educated and draw more samples, and there is a provision in sending test purchase samples and sending it to the lab and then getting the test reports or something like that. So that sort of initiation must be there. So that, that is one issue where the sampling has to be done. And secondly, the recall procedure must be effective. Otherwise, it will tarnish the image of the industry and also create a panic among the public. So that's a very important issue which needs to be, somewhere some intervention must be there, either in terms of public policy or a government initiatives or even all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad. Yeah, it's a nice point you made. Now we'll move on to Sri Sudarshan Jainji. Is the pharma industry delivering enough education to prescribers and patients on safe use of pharmaceuticals?
Very, very important question. A lot needs to be done there again. The importance of holistic health is important today. So at a doctor and patient level, we need not talk only of drug medication, but also compliance. We have to talk also of holistic health, diet, exercise, because we are moving from acute to chronic area. That was the area earlier. And unless we, as an industry, focus on talking of holistic health, we will not make the difference. That is point number one. Then we have to also get into some of the recall systems, education. That becomes very, very important. I will be sure.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll move on to Dr. Umesh. So what is the need of the hour? Quality by design or quality by testing?
It is as good as you ask me which eye is good, right or left if you want. I want both. Because as a regulator, I cannot oath that QBD is better than QBT. See, a manufacturer should own a responsibility of manufacturing a good quality drugs. To ensure whatever he manufacture, it has to be a desired effect. One, he has to comply all the mandatory regulatory requirements so that it should not harm the patients, right? If you, a morning I saw one quote in the WhatsApp message. It's very beautifully written. It is not important how long you live, but how well you live. If a manufacturer decides that if you give us 100% a manufacturer, adopt the good manufacturing practice, there won't be any substandard qualities. He won't produce any substandard qualities at all, isn't it? In my take, both are very important. Like, if you ask me which is the need of the hour, I slightly go towards equality by design. Because if you adopt a good manufacturing practice, for example, why I'm not going towards, it's a 51-49 ratio. Quality by testing, if we are going to test the product, we are in a lot, we are taking only a few portions for the testing, right? Based on that, we are deciding the entire lot. If you adopt the good manufacturing while designing the good manufacturing practice, if you adopt, I think the chances of getting a poor quality drugs are minimal. Thank you.
Thank you, Umesh. Now we'll move on to the last question of this session to Sri Mahapatra ji. So finally, what are your recommendations on how to empower the consumers to make an informed choice based on credible information to assure safety and quality of pharmaceutical products?
While giving a last answer, I was thinking who was the person who gave me idea of 140 crore inspector. Now I remember that is Mr. Manmohan Taneja, just sitting here. He was with me in a flight, so he given me idea. So I should not take credit to myself with his idea. Now second part, as far as the consumer safety and awareness, consumer safety is concerned, the consumer needs something in their hand to ascertain what the medicine he is taking is correct or not. Suppose today I have something in my hand just to check whether the product is genuine or not, then I will be assured of the product. Because the quality of a product is depend upon the company's goodwill. In a trademark we call goodwill and reputation. So more the goodwill and reputation, the more reliability with the consumer. So I have just developed one idea with one of the technical expert who is working for one American company. He has given me idea that this, this today now this CDSOs implemented QR code. So QR code I don't think is the foolproof solution to the problem for spurious or counterfeit medicine. But he has given me an idea that while the sunlight is there, from sunlight he can draw a hologram. And then he will connect that hologram with some app. That app will be available with the public. So any public can, by using that app, can check whether the particular medicine is correct or not. So these are some technological advancement is there. We have to consider the technological development because mobile is such a powerful instrument in the hand of every public. We should use this power somehow, somewhere. That's the take on mine.
So thank you very much, sir. So now the session is open for public. Any questions from the public?
Mahesh, mic, sir. Godless.
We have one here.
Okay, my question is for Mr. Sushant Mahapatra.
I knew it.
You were talking about Consumer Safety and Consumer Protection Act.
Right.
The topic is that our consumer-centric regulations. CPA 1986 has empowered the consumer. And there is a right of choice. No one can be caused to purchase any brand. What is your take with respect to the medicines?
There's a very controversial question. I don't want to touch it. this will lead to the substitution. If you say that a doctor writes some pantoprazole, Pandy.
Means there is no meaning of the right to choose
Yes,
to
there's
keep in that act.
Yes, there is. But if I say this now,
Is
then
it
you people will
exempted?
against me.
Is it exempted? Is it exempted
No.
for the drugs?
See, as far as the drug is concerned, now we should be going by the doctor's advice. But then, if that goes with the prescription to some chemist,
There must be some exemption with respect to the drug, to right to choose in the CPA.
no, you see, now if you'll go by Section 2, Section 2 clearly says that the Drug Act is in addition to and not in derogation to any other act for time being in force. So the special act, just listen to me. I know you are very intelligent, just listen to me. So when we go by a special act or a general act, in case of a drug, is a special act. But as far as the consumer right is concerned, it is his choice. If he want to go for a pantoprazole, he can go by a generic pantoprazole. But then, when he goes to substitute, then the inspectors come, they say, no, you cannot replace it. But in my view, if there is no, suppose say, same drug, suppose the combination of drug is there, in an equal quantity, then there cannot be a rule of a substitution. You cannot say, no, you cannot substitute. If it contains something more or something less, then substitution come into picture. So that is a matter of a judicial pronouncement. So I am not going to that controversy.
Sir,
Sidhan is very happy. No, not confused. No, sometimes you have to go by a doctor's advice. You can go buy generic medicine. Who says no?
Sir, excuse me, sir. I have a question. Yeah, I am a drugs inspector from Tamil Nadu. Like, as a regulator, when we are talking about the subject matter and the patient's safety, the most things as a inspector, what I am facing is like drugs which is reported as not of standard quality. So when we dealing with the not of standard quality drug, the procedure is not in place for recalling the drugs which is reported as NSQ. I'm sending a sample. Say for example, I'm sending a memo that you have to say this is reported as the not of standard quality, that you have to send it back to the manufacturer. Who will monitor? One manufacturer is sitting in the other part of the country. I'm taking the sample in one part of the country. I'm sending a memo to a subsequent dealer which is in between, and I don't know whether he is sending back or not, and the manufacturer what he is doing it with the drug, how much he has recalled the item and what he is did. Who will monitor? This procedure is not in place, so that the patient is not, as a regulator, I feel very guilty for this, that I could not recall the drug which is already I know that is not a standard quality drug. So this should be like for prosecuting the NSQ, we have a guidelines from the CDCO and what to do with that. So likewise, how efficiently the drug would be recalled. So in place, that should be, the guideline should be drawn, given for recalling the items, recalling the drug. And also, for customer-centric samples.
Please brief, in light of the constraint of the time, please brief and drive the point home. Yeah, otherwise during lunchtime, you can interact with any of us. So we can have that. So one more last question we'll have now.
For the same reason I told the national portal, where every manufacturer has to upload is the manufacturing quantity, so that everyone should know how much quantity he has manufactured, how much quantity he has supplied and distributed. National portal, that's the reason I mentioned in my address speech, national portal is a...
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So let us stick to one last question. Panikarji, please give a chance to younger gentleman. So please speak out. This is the last question. We'll interact more, and I'm very happy. People are very, very interacting. A lot of questions. That should be the spirit of all our officers, and we'll improve by this. Thank you very much. Yeah, the last question, please.
Sir. Sir, my name is Narayan Reddy from Drug Control Department, Karnataka. My only one question is, so many drugs are declared as not of standard quality. 90% of the drugs are consumed by the patients. Whether these drugs are safety drugs, whether any efficacy of these not of standard quality drugs consumed by the patients are studied or not studied. I think so. Safety of the patients, everybody is speaking, but all the not of standard quality drugs, 90% nobody is recalled. All are consumed by the poor patients and other patients. After consuming, whether these not of standard quality drugs have any inefficiency, adverse drug reactions, safety is there or not, nobody is studied. No standards are is there, sir. That is my one question.
Okay, this question to Prashant.
Yeah, so both are correlated. One of the young lady, yeah, same it is, the recall issue is there. So, this is the practical problem. Don't say there is no guidance, there is a guidance. In a large complex country like ours, manufactured at one place, distribution in between, reaches the end point in another state, draws a sample, declares an NSQ. By the time it goes to, by the time you draw a sample, probably 50% or 60% must have been already consumed, and then it will go another 30% from the lab and get a report. Hardly 10 or 20% is left for shelf life. And the recall mechanism, it's an accepted thing that the recall, effective recall is not there in place. There is a guidance is there. Effective recall is not there. At least in the rapid alert system, the class 1, class 2, class 3 type of recalls, at least the first type of recall which is much more urgent, that needs to be recalled. Of course, there is no data where it is NSQ vis-a-vis the safety issues with respect to this thing. So that is why we need to encourage only at ADR reporting. NSQ just can't correlate that it is there. It is only an interpretation. There it is a failure. Therefore, it is unsafe. There is a, there is no proper treatment or anything. Efficacy is poor or something. That's a very poor quality drugs. You correlate it. You don't have that data. But only thing is you can interpret that. So the only thing is you should encourage is continuous report of ADR reporting. That's the only way. Recall mechanism is a largely a complex process. We need to strengthen the systems in the good distribution practices. We need to digitalize many things so that the recall mechanism at least substantially will be improved. That's the only way you can do it.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the session. We'll interact more. I'll conclude one, what I understood, from the concerns of all our young officers, that this is my viewpoint. There should not be a chance for all our officers to take samples. That product should have been developed very well. There's no failures. Our officers need not have to take samples. The quality is assured. That state we have to develop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I request the President of Aidcoc, just bear with us for 5 more minutes. I request Aidcoc President Chaudhary, sir, Aidcoc General Secretary General Rajshekhar Mali, sir, and Ajay Mudgal, sir. Please come on to the dais. I request all of you, please bear with us for 5 minutes. So hope the session was very much interesting. And also I request the Honorable Director General of Aidcoc, Uday Bhaskar, sir. Sir, please, to felicitate all the panelists of this technical session. First, it is Dr. P.B.N. Prasad, the former Joint Drugs Controller India, CDSCO, to kindly honor. Sir, please join. I request the President, the Secretary General, and the Organizing Secretary to kindly do this honor, please. Thank you. I request all the our team to kindly honor Shri Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General IPA, please. The discussion has focused on the importance of robust healthcare regulations that was discussed, importance to be given to the clinical trials, distribution chain to be strengthened, centralized monitoring of NSQs, then cost should not affect the quality, and the enforcement and lab should be strengthened. So all these outputs we have obtained from all these dignitaries and all these speakers. So big round of applause to all the panelists for their experience and sharing their experience and knowledge here. Next it is Dr. Umesh S., Drugs Controller for the state of Karnataka. Thanks for joining us on this panel discussion and sharing your knowledge, sir. And the next panelist is Shri Sushant Mahapatra, Advocate, Supreme Court, Mace Corporate Associates. Thank you for joining us and sharing your knowledge and experiences. The moderator of this technical session, Dr. Veer Raju, sir, Vice President, Regulatory Affairs, Kuyachan Pharmaceuticals LLC, USA. He has properly and well moderate the session, and hope the information we have received is very much interesting. And those who have questions, because of constraint of time, we are closing the session. So request you can discuss those questions and get it clarified during the lunch time, please. Okay, I request, sir, please, and all the panelists to join for a group photo. Here we are breaking for the lunch for 30 minutes. I request all the delegates to please assemble here at 2:30 for the next panel session on strategies to combat spurious drugs. It's also very interesting and useful topic, so I request all the delegates, please have your lunch and assemble here at 2:30 p.m. Big round of applause to all the panelists and the team. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello.
my body, touch, touch, touch my body, touch, touch my body, touch, touch, touch my body, touch, touch my body, touch, touch, touch my body, touch, touch my body, touch, touch, touch my body, touch, touch my body, touch, touch, touch my body, touch, touch my body, touch, touch, touch my body, touch, touch my body, touch, touch, touch my body, touch, touch my body, touch, touch, touch my body, touch, touch my body, touch, 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 touch,
I request all the delegates to please join back to the main hall and occupy your seats. As the next panel, which was scheduled by 2:30, but it is almost 3 now. We have to start the next session. All the delegates at lunch hall who have finished their lunch, please join back. Volunteers, please see that all the delegates are back in the main hall. He's on the okay. Okay, sir. Yes, it's going to be the final call for all the delegates to join back in order to facilitate the next session. Please all be seated. Those at the back, please take your seats. Welcome back all for the post-lunch session. The second session, which is on strategies to combat the spurious drugs, which is a major menace affecting both industry and public alike. The main focus is in addressing the growing issue of counterfeit drugs that threaten patient health and undermine the integrity of healthcare systems. A marathon national drug survey conducted during 2014 to 16 by Government of India has revealed that the percentage of the spurious drugs in the country is about 0.0245%, to be very precise. However, we need to have a comprehensive system that will achieve a 0% of such spurious drugs, as zero tolerance is the policy. So today's outstanding performer awardee, Lakshmi Prasanna, Director Aidcoc Training, will be moderator for this session. And please join me in welcoming the moderator, Lakshmi Prasanna, to the dais. I request Nagjyoti Madam. I request Nandini to welcome Prasanna with a bouquet of flowers. Welcome, Lakshmi. Lakshmi is a postgraduate in pharmacy from NIPER and is also a registered pharmacist. She is heading the regulatory division of Pharma Excel and guides the Pharma Excel members on regulatory changes in the overseas markets. She has represented Pharma Excel in various national and international platforms and has traveled to many countries around the world, including Germany, Spain, Australia, and China. She is the member of several joint working groups of India with several countries of pharmaceutical collaborations. Prior to joining the Pharma Excel, she served as a regulator, drug inspector in state of government of Andhra Pradesh, India. She is closely associated with Aidcoc and is also heading the Aidcoc Training Academy. Welcome, Lakshmi. I request the panelists to please come on the dais. First, Shri S.W. Deshpande, sir, Chief Advisor, Aidcoc. I request Dr. Kempaya Suresh, sir, to present a bouquet to... I request our drug controller, Dr. Umesh, sir, to present a bouquet of flowers. Yeah, sir, do it jointly, sir. A big round of applause, please. Next, Dr. B.R. Jagashetty, sir. Please welcome onto the dais. I request Dr. Khalid Ahmed Khan. I request Mamta madam to present a bouquet of flowers to Jagashetty, sir. In fact, sir was pretty pissed off with me yesterday for not mentioning in welcome note. That was truly not intentional, sir. You're always our role model. Next, Shri Sushant Mahapatra, Advocate, Supreme Court. As he self-acclaimed a non-controversial person on the dais. Welcome you, sir. I request Malli sir to present a bouquet of flowers. In fact, sir was generous enough to even be a panelist for this session, as at the last minute, one of the panelists backed out. Thank you, sir. Now I request Shri P. Ramesh, sir, Deputy Drugs Controller, Drug Control Department, Karnataka. Please come on the dais, sir. I request Raghuram, sir, to present a bouquet of flowers. With that, hope we all will take maximum out of this panel discussion that will guide the development of consumer-centric regulation aimed at safeguarding the patient safety and public health in the future. Over to you, Lakshmi.
Very good afternoon, everyone, and I'm sure this is going to be a very tough call for all the panelists to make sure to keep the audience awake at this point of time after having a heavy lunch. But I'm sure the great knowledge and insights and the suggestions being given by the eminent panelists would definitely make you wake up and will keep you on dot with the thoughts and all. So having said that, I would be very privileged to have this opportunity to drive the discussions on the key aspects of the spurious drugs in India, and also the effective strategies to combat this current growing menace in the country. First of all, my sincere thanks to the All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation for putting forward such a kind of an important sessions and the discussions during the Silver Jubilee celebrations, and my special thanks to our Honorary Director General Uday Bhaskar sir for driving the entire program with keen focus and all. So having said that, let us have a brief overview of the issue of the spurious drugs, and as we all know, the emergence of the falsified or counterfeit drugs and what sort of an impact that it is going to have in many ways, not only on the safety and health aspects of the consumers, but also the financial implications on their deep pockets of the consumers as well as the manufacturers, and also the economy of the country at a large. And also it undermines the trust in the healthcare system. And lastly and most importantly, the image of the country as the pharmacy of the world is at stake at the global platform with the emergence of the spurious drugs and all. So, thank you. So as pointed out by the MC, the National Drug Survey has clearly given that there are only 0.0245% of the spurious drugs were available as per the survey they have conducted. Though it seems the negligible percentage, but the impact would be at a larger extent. But this survey, when it has happened in 2014 to 16, and subsequently the emergence of these spurious or substandard drugs or the grossly substandard drugs situation has become more aggressive, as we all have witnessed the tragic incidents of Gambia and Uzbekistan with the contaminated syrups, cough syrups, and the deaths of the children linked to the substandard cough syrups supplied by the Indian manufacturers as per the WHO claims and all. So the government and the regulatory officials, even the industry associations, have been making enough measures and putting on the enough measures to tackle this issue. And even as per the Dr. Mashelkar's committee report, even there were enhanced penalties being imposed under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, with a imprisonment even ranging from 10 years to the life sentence. But whether these measures are enough to address this issue, probably the answer may not be no, given the kind of experience or the witnesses that we have observed, especially in the COVID pandemic, when the regulators were really grappling with the situation of ensuring the essential medicines required for the patients, but the occurrence of spurious drugs were very rampant. Even we have seen cases where the vials of the remdesivir, which were labeled as remdesivir, were not having even a mere fraction of the drug, and it was completely filled with water or some liquid substance and all. So the situation was very rampant, and even the unscrupulous elements were very inhuman nature, and they were not even leaving the situations like COVID pandemic. So there is a greater need felt by the government, and even they have introduced subsequently several measures, including the technological interventions by such as barcoding implementation and all, especially on the top 300 formulations being circulated in the market. But the question here is that whether these technological interventions are really addressing the problem of spurious drugs. Probably the answer might not be no. Reason being, even the last month spurious alert published by CDSCO was even declaring some of the medicines which were published under these 300 drugs list were even declared as spurious drugs. So what would be the best ways and measures as a key stakeholder in the entire system that we all need to take to effectively curb the menace of the spurious drugs? So let's have the greater insights from the eminent panel speakers that we have today with us. And we are extremely grateful for having their time and knowledge to be shared with us in the coming panel session. So let me take the pleasure of introducing our panel members today. Sri H.W. Deshpande ji. I don't think so the formal introduction would be required for Deshpande sir, for the entire regulatory community. And in fact, he retired as a joint commissioner for FDA Maharashtra after serving almost 33 years in the department. And the kind of contribution that he has been done to the entire framework of the regulatory mechanism has been widely recognized. And also even he was the founding secretary for the ADCO and pillar of strength in driving the activities of ADCO as well. And he has been a recipient of several awards for the tremendous contribution that he has done to the regulatory division. And he is also a recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award. And as we all know, he has also authored a booklet of case law on the Drugs and Cosmetics Act and exhaustive commentary on the DNC Act as well. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and for sparing your valuable time with us. And we have also with us Dr. Jag Shetty, sir, former drugs controller from the state of Karnataka. Dr. Jag Shetty, sir, has has over 40 years of experience in the department and has also served at the national level as a former National Advisory of Drugs Control and currently serving as a legal consultant in the pharma industry. And he was very instrumental in setting up the regional drug testing laboratories and state intelligence branch at Karnataka and also the CDSCO subzone of Bangalore. He also served as a LOC chairman for 63rd Indian Pharmaceutical Congress held at Bangalore. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. We also have with us Sri Mahapatra ji, Sushant Kumar Mahapatra ji. We have heard his thoughts in the morning panel session, and there are not many things that we are keen to hear from you, sir, even in the fourth panel session. Thank you once again, sir, for joining us this session as well. And lastly, we have Mr. P. Ramesh, the Deputy Drugs Controller of Headquarters from the Karnataka Drugs Control Department. So Ramesh sir has been working with the department for almost 26 years, mostly in the regulation and enforcement wing. And he has effectively managed several spurious cases and enforcement cases in the division. And I got to know that he was the first recipient of the Best Drugs Inspector Award when it was instituted by the All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation. He was the recipient for the state of Karnataka. And he has been, for the past 12 years, he has been working with the headquarters and closely following up the legal cases of the entire state of Karnataka on the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. And having a rich experience on the legal proceedings, we would be very keen to hear from you, sir, in the coming panel session. So with that brief intro, let us begin the discussions of the today's panel session, and let me have the first views from Dr. Jagshetty sir. In your view, or what would be the major differences between the spurious drugs and counterfeit drugs? And also, are there any sort of a differences in terms of legal understanding between spurious drugs and the substandard drugs? And the major reasons for occurrence of such spurious drug issues in the country, and the role of the stakeholders, especially the manufacturers or traders or marketers in this scenario. Your views on that, sir, please.
Thank you, Lakshmi, for having given the introduction of mine. And also, I am very much thankful to Deshpande Saab, Uday Bhaskar, and our local organizing committee chairman, Dr. Umesh, the Controller of Karnataka State, and other office bearers for having given me this chance. However, I am a bit taken back because Mahapatra has already clarified certain things, many things, in the morning session. But nevertheless, coming back to your question, as far as counterfeiting is concerned, see, there is a different, we do not have the definition of counterfeiting. But actually counterfeiting, if you consider generally, the highest counterfeiting is in the field of apparel. Nearly about more than 30% is the counterfeiting is going on. Then FMCG is also counterfeiting, lot of things are there. Automotives are there. Then comes pharmaceuticals, followed by consumer durables and agrochemicals and all. Almost all the fields are having counterfeiting. But as per WHO definition, or as per international this one, counterfeiting is considered as if the medicines are with wrong ingredients, or if there is no active ingredient, or with insufficient active ingredient, or with fake packaging, they are considered as counterfeit. In fact, during 2012, when I visited along with the then drug controller Dr. G.N. Singh to Estonia, the ICDR, all nearly about 100 participants were there. First time a word was coined there called SSFFC, that is spurious, substandard, fake, falsified and counterfeit. This was the terminology first time came into force. However, considering that counterfeit this one, our definition is quite stringent. Spurious definition is quite stringent on 3-4 accounts. One is, it says with respect to name, that is, if the drug is manufactured under a name that belongs to another drug, it is called as spurious. If it is an imitation, we call it as spurious. If it is a substitution by any other drug or substance, of course it is IO has to prove it, if it is a substituted or not. Then also called, then if it is fictitious label or container, then also we call it as spurious. Or if it claims to be the product of some other manufacturer, if not the actual manufacturer. So these are all the spurious, which is, and also as Mashelkar committee told during 2008, a lot of stringent punishments are there. But unfortunately, Mahapatra will agree with us that courts, our officers might have, you all might have experienced, if a case has been filed, it will take decades together. It will not finish within 1 or 2 years or anything like that. After filing the case, it goes to so many court cases. One of the cases I experienced, one of the most crucial cases somewhere during 94-95 it happened. Mr. Deshpande was the intelligence branch in charge in Bombay. Myself and Deshpande went. It was a drug was named differently. Neomycin sulfate was named as fromycetin sulfate, because neomycin sulfate then it was costing 2,000 rupees per kg, whereas fromycetin was costing 14,000 per kg. Chemically it was both are same. Using that, somebody has across the country about 11 manufacturers are there, and in Karnataka 2 were there. One was arrested. Before filing the case, he was arrested behind bars about 40-45 days. And we got case especially Kekatpure, Banarase and Giri. They were so dedicated. The most important what I feel to our officers is two things, two Ds are most important. One is dedication and determination. If you are dedicated, definitely you will be able to find. If you are determined, we will definitely reach to the end. So like that, that is most important. However, there are various reasons. These are not restricted. I have enumerated some of the reasons. I will tell you what could be the probable reasons these are. High demand for less expensive. This may be one of the reasons. Then low availability of certain medicines are not available in the market, is not available, then also the possibilities of spurious is there. Fast moving drugs are done. Then social tolerance, this is the most important. Now it is a social media. That case what I told, it was 94, there was no even mobile, nothing was there. That time Crawford market, we went to Bombay, it was told, अच्छा साहब आप हमको देखा है, हम आपको देखा है, चलो आप क्या करते कर लो, हम क्या करना है करते हैं. So we are not sure enough that we will come out. With that, this one we have done it work. Anyhow, it was a good experience with the help of Deshpande Sahab. And nowadays, access to internet. Everybody has become access to internet and globalization. That has created a lot of problem. Complex supply chains, many number of hands will get changed. Weak regulatory, this is also possibilities. Some of the thing we are hearing, lot of cases nowadays, especially Telangana, Ramdhan is here, I think. Yesterday itself they have seized about worth 7 lakh rupees of spurious antibiotic. It is fantastic work is going on by Ramdhan team. Similarly, Taneja and Kapoorji, Himachal and Haryana and Jammu Kashmir also. And some of the cases we are hearing. Why I am telling is, all the officers, all the state officers are good, they are doing the good work, but it is not published. Published yesterday also I told you, publishing is most important. Even our state officers also, publishing is most important. Unless you publish, the fear conscience will not come into the minds of culprits. So that is the most important. Then self-medication is another cause. Corruption is another cause, don't mistake. Then inadequate technology for identifying. Even this identifying spurious drug is so difficult. It will take time to, unless you have got proper experience and all. Then there is a lack of political will, and duplication or overlap of work also is happening. CDSO also is going, state also is going, same powers. So there are a lot of distrust or unhappiness, it is all going on. Maybe to some extent it will also work. Then coordination among state and state CDSO, this is the most important. I feel CDSO people should be able to help coordinate. Whenever a case has been detected, they should be able to see this is the punishment is beyond 3 years. So that means there is no time limit as per CRPC, old CRPC, whatever the now name called. There is no time limit, means you cannot go on continuing investigation for years together. It should be timely finished, completion of investigation, and then for completion of investigation, cooperation with other state, because manufacturer may be in some other state, is required. That all required. With that, it is very difficult. And as far as manufacturer role is concerned, in somewhere 2011-12, there was a committee under the heading of Koshia, Dr. Koshia. I was also a committee member, track and trace committee. We have suggested many steps that time. And this manufacturer, when they are manufacturing, he should know where his products is going. What they do, C&F or maximum the first stockist. And then they will forget. When you recall, don't mistake if any manufacturer here is there. We have done, sir, hum letter likha hai. What is the use? If it is not possible to go up to the consumer, at least up to the retail point, they should be able to trace. Otherwise, spurious will come in between. One of the cases happened, Ramesh will be able to tell during our service. So these are the most important. And traders, of course, they have to purchase only with the invoice. They should not yield to any less priced medicines and all. It should not be. Proper invoice should be there. Without that, and marketers, recently they are told UCPMP has come. That is Uniform Code of Pharmaceutical Marketing Practices have come. Latest you might have heard, we all have heard, Patanjali case. Though it is Ayurvedic, unnecessarily unwanted claims unwanted. Why it should be? He has been asked to say sorry in the court. So these are all the things lead to spurious. So we have to see. Let us see how my other panelists will be able to tell without wasting time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think in terms of the definitions, as you have rightly pointed out, the definition as per the Indian regulations are quite stringent compared to the global acronym of SSFFC, and we would really love to have a deeper insights in the coming discussion. And there is an announcement from the organizers also that after the panel session, there is an open house discussion of regulators with the Aidcoc office bearers, and they are requesting everybody to kindly be stayed back. So with that brief announcement, so let me come back to the discussions of the program, and let us hear from Deshpande sir. Sir, we have been hearing since morning that there is a greater dearth in the officers' availability in the states. Even take, for example, in the state of Karnataka, we were told that for the 108 DI posts, there are only 5 working drugs inspectors. So in these kind of scenarios, as an enforcement agency, how do we effectively tackle the issue of the spurious drugs in the country? And from the government's perspective, what would be the measures that they should take to strengthen the departments in order to give a assurance to the consumers that whatever the drugs that they're consuming is of a good quality? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. First thing is, there is no substitute for strengthening. If you don't have even 6 drugs inspectors, talking of too many things will not be good enough. But having said that, forget Karnataka and some other states, but there are states where there are sufficient number of officers, and these are the states from where these spurious drug movements initiate. So what can be done within the available limited resources? It is admitted that we have limited resources. Even if all posts are filled in, that is still insufficient resources. So what should we do? Should we continue to grumble? Should we continue to blame governments for not fulfilling the post? So there are a couple of thoughts which can be implemented. The first thing is, our resources are thin. We are having insufficient resources. But at the same time, we are spreading those resources so thin that we are not able to deal with any issues out of enforcement problems. We need to decide the priorities, that what are my priorities as a drugs inspector, as an assistant commissioner, as a licensing authority, as a drug controller. What are my priorities? According to me, number 1 is spurious drug elimination. Don't go by those statistics. They are all 2014. I am into consultation for last 18 years. And I am seeing that the percentages of 0.2% and 0.3% is misleading. There are number of cases coming on. So the targeted spurious drug menace is our number 1 priority. Curbing substandard drug is another priority. Even if we say that, okay, 1%, not less than, even less than 1% spurious drug percentage is there, you calculate out of 60 billion how much. Now, in the morning, our panelist, Mr. Jain, was saying that 60 billion, we have reached to 60 billion, and out of 60 billion, calculate 1%, and then we realize that what is the severity of the problem. So concentrate on that is the one thing. See, what is happening now is, for over the years, I was in the department from 73 to 2006. During my lifetime, I have seen that the emphasis from compliance, emphasis from punishing the crooked people and not going after the persons who are committing mistakes. Now our emphasis has gone to penal measures. Penal measures irrespective of motives, penal measures irrespective of bona fides. The moment there is spurious drug, of course, we have no choice except to prosecute. But we need to find out the manufacturer. We can't just relax once the stock is seized. But number of cases I find the source is not identified or traced. So that is number one priority. The emphasis from penal measure has to shift to compliance. And if there are n number of measures which Dr. Maselkar committee has recommended. But now there are challenges are increasing. When I was Assistant Commissioner Intelligence Branch or Joint Commissioner Vigilance, as compared to that, this generation is facing more challenges. We have now amended the Drugs Act with severe penalties, and that should provide the deterrent effect. But the reverse effect is the cases will be hotly contested. So therefore, the officers need to update their legal knowledge. We are losing cases only on limitation, only on non-compliance. Still we are losing cases in the High Court. So that is the second thing. The third thing is the trend is changing. The technology use or misuse is increasing. Even the original manufacturer cannot identify whether this is my product or not. That stage is reached. The another challenge is the movement is earlier when I was drugs inspector, it was very simple that unlicensed dekho, unauthorized distribution dekho, cheaper drug dekho. Now you will find that if the market cost is 100 rupees, this product is sold at 100 rupees and through authorized distributors. And the manufacturers, at least in Maharashtra, I can tell you 2 cases. In both cases, the manufacturer was fake, was not in existence. But he produced the license copy, he produced the WHO GMP copy and GMP certificate and handed over to the distributor. Whether distributor was hand in gloves or not, we do not know. But he was influenced. If he is holding license, he is holding WHO GMP, I can rely on him. But the products were found to be spurious. So now, interstate coordination becomes important in this. If I am in a position to know the nodal officers from each state, I will just pick up a phone and talk to him whether ABC is a license or not. The moment I draw sample, I suspect that this is likely to be spurious, and I get the report also quickly. So, but it is complete investigations are done, and then it is somebody makes a reference to the concerned drugs controller and he says he's not licensed. So number one is physical nodal officers should be available. The other is technology. Why can't the government, state governments or the CDSCO have a data, forget they are trying to collate the data and computerizes, digitalizes on products, similar products and all that. But what about the licensed manufacturers? How many are licensed? If I put a button, I should know UP itna hai, Uttarakhand itna hai. I am investigating a case from Uttarakhand. So technology use also could be compensate the loss. There is no substitute. But our investigations will be facilitated. The third thing is, along with numbers, even if the officers posts are 100 and 100 are filled in, if we do not take steps to continuously upgrade their competency, they will not be in a position to function. So first thing is improve their competency. So what are the measures what we can do? Number one is, of course, there is no substitute for post. Two, we need to shift the emphasis from penal measures. Now what we are doing, left and right, we are suspending licenses. So how much time it goes, issue show cause notice, suspension order, give personal hearing, go to minister for hearing, so on and so forth. How much time is wasted of the licensing authority and drugs inspectors? Similarly, with the substandard drug, 8%, they say 8%, 6%, 7%. So every substandard, with exception to the policy, is taken to the court, and the courts do not decide those cases for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Our officer have to follow. So how much colossal waste of time and energy on this? So can we do prioritize which cases will go to the court? Not everyone. And the last thing is, according to me, is we can't monitor 7 lakh distribution outlet, retail, wholesale, CNF and all that. Howsoever big number of drugs inspectors you have, you will not be in a position to monitor, but you can certainly monitor manufacturers. So manufacturer compliance level, and that also penalty is not the answer. Go to the person, rate him on a scale of 1:10. If he is scoring 6, another 6 months, whether he can upgrade to 7, whether he can upgrade to 8. So this has to come from the policy makers, because today the drugs licensing authorities, drugs inspectors, assistant commissioners, they are scared of using their discretion for a number of reasons. There are assembly questions, there are consumer activists, there are RTI activists. So if there is a written down policy coming from the policy makers, then it can, the first step was done in the guidelines issued under section 33P. It has reduced to some extent, but there are many states which are ordering prosecution left and right because nobody wants to use the discretion. So these are some of the things to compensate the inadequacy of the staff, field staff. Training on, not only on GMP, training on investigation, training on good management practices. See, if you can't manage your time, you will be always overburdened. So the officer has to be supplemented with GMP, investigation, legal, and the good management practices. Then only he become a complete enforcement officer and will be in a position to do justice to the job. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir. So as you have rightly pointed out, it's not the number of the inspectors, but it's the kind of focus and the determination that they have in handling the issues, and also the effective utilization of the technology, as we are now in the era of the technology where every single problem could be addressed with the technological intervention. So having with that thought, so let us move on to the practical experiences being faced by the current regulators serving in the country, and let us hear from Ramesh sir. So what are the key main challenges as a regulators that you are seeing while you are investigating the cases of spurious drugs, and how best that can be addressed?
Thank you, madam. Firstly, I would like to thanks for Aidcoc for having recognized me by giving a Best Drug Inspector Award in the year 2021 itself. have been, sir, complying your all regulations, like you have conducted management course, I attended trainings, and thereby I complied your standards. Today I'm standing here, sir. And secondly, I would like to extend my thanks to our drugs controller, Dr. Umesh sir, for having given this opportunity. Let's start this today's topic. Yes, ma'am. This, as per this spurious concern, though we have a rigid mechanism of regulation, there are some few challenges we are having to combat the spurious drugs. So, as per me is concerned, the drugs are in the market or complies the standards set out in the second schedules of the Drugs and Cosmetics Act and rules are called standard drugs. And then the drugs which falls in the definition of section 17B are deemed to be a spurious drugs. This is distinguishedly we have been regulating. So therefore now when it comes to any extent of the spurious cannot be permissible because they are very serious threat to the public health and safety is concerned. Though the actually spurious drugs are mimics of the legitimate drugs by using their brand and packages. Therefore, it is a very difficulty, or we can say it is a very difficult task for the regulators, healthcare professionals, as well as the consumers to distinguish these drugs in the market. So, therefore, as being a practical regulatory experience, I would like to know, share some few challenges very specific to this topic. That is, one challenges we are having is strategies for the identification and authentication of the drugs. So as a drug inspectors, as a regulatory officers, we get lot of, we have gotten everyone should have a mechanism of good surveillance for the sampling. That sampling including all the sources. So that could be every point, healthcare units, hospitals, stores, manufacturing. Likewise, we have to draw for to have a strategy for the sampling. And later, the complaints which we receive, we have been receiving several complaints and we get inputs from the other states, and then there is a lot of inputs are being put on the social media as today's, and then also we also been we need to be interact with closely with the consumer reforms. We get lot of inputs, the various kind of spurious or not of standard qualities, how they are entering into the market, what is the extent of market, the places. Now earlier we have big challenges to screening and identifying and getting authenticity. Now recently the central government has introduced the amended or the DNC Act rules, thereby they inserted Rule 84AB, wherein it is made mandatory for the stakeholders to update their all manufacturing data. So that will help you, all regulators, that is a tool for them to identify. And then other thing which is the central government has come out with ONDLS. ONDLS is a good platform wherein which if every state has been already adopted, you will, as Deshpande sir also was telling about this, how do we get a source, how to identify. So thereby these two mechanisms, definitely it will helpful our regulatory to find out the spurious in the market. If Ranga sir was there, he knows these two regulations. The second challenges which I would like to extend is the investigation under various provisions of the enactments, including Drugs and Cosmetics Act as well as the other acts, because as everybody know, we are given as a regulator, drug inspectors, we have been given powers section 21, 22, 23, and as well as 25 of Drugs and Cosmetics Acts. Apart from this, we need to follow the criminal manuals, that is 3 acts, that is the BNS, BNSS, BNA. So this is a very difficulty for all officers unless our panel members said if they are equipped or well versed with all these enactment also, not only Drugs and Cosmetics Act. So one has to be learned, one has to be expertise all these regulations, because whatever the evidence collected, it should be admissibility in the court of law. So therefore, it is a big challenges for us. This has been doing by central government. They are now exclusively have formed a team of cell for the training center, and as well as like Aidcoc also been repeatedly conducting. So with all these resources, one has to get upgraded regulate themselves. So this isn't much useful, this will strengthen the regulatory to eradicate the spurious in the market. Next will comes the intercooperation of the states. See, I would like, see, if you ask every officer will have plenty of stories, plenty of experience. What is the interstate experience? Everyone, definitely I know, everyone can tell number of instances. I'm not going to talk how the relation-wise, but I can only, how this exercise, what actually impact on this, I would like to highlight. See, whereas in the police and as our regulatory, there is a distinguishedly, I would like to highlight, whereas in the case of police, the crime of scene happens in its jurisdiction. Thereby, the collecting of evidence will be 80% maybe. Whereas in our case, the crime of scene, that is activities happens in a particular state. Whereas then it comes to in a different states. It may be 1, 2, 3, 4 states. It travels, then it comes to the my jurisdiction. So that is in the third point. So as an inspector, we have a limited resources or strength or manpower, as our sir, Deshpande sir told. So it is a very difficult task to come up, to cope up these, because as Shetty sir has defined very well the definitions of spurious drug, the 17B and subclasses 5 are there. The first definition itself, you take it, so I will come to next point that. So these are very difficult challenges for us, this. And to even if you get a culprit, to getting from him the inputs and the documents is a big challenge. And earlier the police used to cooperate. After the recent case of Union Government of India versus Ashok Kumar Sharma in the year 2020, the power of custody and arrest has been shifted to our regulatory authorities, and same still has been for implementation. It has been discussed even recently in a DCC committee also. We are all our regulators are eagerly waiting to implement those provisions to overcome this. The next points, and then then next comes the interpretation. As I said, the definition itself is a big challenge for us, though Shetty sir has told that, So when you see first definition itself, it is manufactured in the name, but it belongs to the other drug. See, if such kind of drugs are available in the market, as a regulator, you cannot identify, because in a random, we draw the sample, we send to the sample for the testing. So the moment they give, they don't identify which drug is available. It's a big challenge, and we will not be knowing what is the real number unless there is impact. If you have consumed the drug and its effect, the cause of action is taken place, then only we will come to know such drugs. And the second one is imitation. The third one is fixed ETS. So as I said, the cause of action takes in my jurisdiction. It travels while transport, 3-4 districts is a travel. Next will be the scene of crime. So by the time, our local distributor will give a purchase bill. Next level, there will be break. So next level, there will be no purchase bill. So the other state of my counterpart says, so without bill, don't come to my state. I cannot help you. So this is a big deal. So next, I will come to last point. That is in a filing of the case, in a case of the, so once you, the inspector, establish the cases and proves the violators, offenders and the violators, the big challenge is, he has to now, as on today, new criminal law, he has to have the admissibility in the court of law for get the speedy trials. Now the recent criminal laws has been amended, and BNA has given the section 62 to 65 how the certificate of medical device a document, and as well as now every district has been given the prosecution department. With all these challenges, still we are very serious regulators. We have been tackling this issue, madam. Thank you. This is our issue.
Thank you, sir. I think after struggling with all these challenges, whatever the regulators are faced in the investigation, and with all the efforts, they come to the court to further prosecute the trials and all. Even then, there are many challenges that the regulators are facing. So we wanted to hear from you, sir, Sushant Mahapatraji. So for the speedy disposal of the trials of these cases, we have been hearing that there are almost decades, a couple of decades have been taken for the disposal of one case. So what would be the advice that you would give to our regulatory colleagues for the speedy disposal of such cases at the trials, and also in case if it goes to the appeals also? What sort of a preparatory mechanisms are the pursuance that they need to take to resolve the case, whatever the struggles that they have faced in identifying and putting them in the court of law for the effective conviction?
Over to you, sir.
The problem is, in one of the case, what happened, the sample was found to be NSQ. The company has challenged that. Magistrate has sent it for the testing to CDL. CDL has given a report. So beauty is, not the manufacturer knows he has applied for, he has challenged, not court knows they have sent it, and not even an inspector knows that the sample was sent for CDL for testing. So why this happened? This happened basically for the change of hand. The company whose employee challenged, he shifted his job, so he did not inform. Then when magistrate came, who has sent the sample for CDL, he has transferred. So his successor, he did not know. And ultimately, inspector was clueless because meantime, inspector was transferred. In such scenario, I have to file a quashing petition before the Ranchi High Court. So judge was also laughing. I am also laughing. The other prosecutor also laughing. So in the way, that case was quashed. So what is point is, in our eagerness to get the speedy disposal, a lot of mistakes are made by the prosecution. I will tell you one of the example. In one of the case was filed, only annexation names were given, but the documents was not filed in the court. The moment the summons was issued to the company, they first raises the ground that we have not given the copy of the documents. Unless and until documents are given to us, we will not able to contest this proceeding. That took 2 years' time to inspect the file, the documents. So these are some of the mistakes that has been made because Drugs and Cosmetics Law Act is a specialized law. Whenever I go to any college for lecture or whenever any seminar I go, when I say drugs and cosmetic law exist, that practice, I am into that practice, so all get so surprised. They says, even MET people, National Law School, National Law colleges, many areas, wherever they go, everybody knows about the food adulteration or food safety. But many people doesn't know about the Drug and Cosmetics Act. Recently, 2 weeks before I appeared before the Kochi High Court, the judge was so curious about to know the act. He asked me, what is the act? Then I gifted him my book, because I am the author of a book. So he told me, no, you come to my chamber, give me autograph, then I will take your book. Then I went, then he said, no, you come after 1 month, then we will hear your case. These are some of the examples. So the point is, if there is a solution to everything, impossible and I am possible, a simple thing is there. So whenever we are going for any prosecution, because like a defense counsel, I am very fair before this gathering, I don't have any shame to say that. While a defense counsel prepare very properly from, he start with the first taking of a sample. When the sample are taken, there is required procedure as given. Form 17, how the Form 17 to be signed. One thing I don't think most of the inspectors are doing, there is a provision in the section 23 that when the sample is drawn, the chemist from whom the sample is taken, he need to sign or he need to seal. Sign is not there, seal is there. He need to seal on the seal packaging. So what the law require, when the sample is taken, that is to be sealed then and there only. And he should offer a person from whom sample is taken to fix his seal. So when you are taking a sample and you are not offering him to fix his seal, there is a first mistake that has been committed. And in a technical cases, this is basically technical cases. We are not dealing only Drugs and Cosmetics Act. Actually, in a prosecution, Drugs and Cosmetics has to play only a 20% role. The rest is to be done by criminal procedures, Evidence Act, then constitutional law, procedural safeguard, procedural law, Article 19, Article 21, Article 20. So these are the all procedural aspects. So all the cases, if you find, then this will be taken by the court seriously. They forget what is your report, it's an NSQ or spurious, forget about that. First thing will come whether the court has a jurisdiction or not. That's all. So that will take another 5 years to decide. So my point is, if you want a speedy disposal, then there should be a guideline, fixed guideline by the department, so that they should be observed by this, and instead of a delay of 1 year, you take another 1 month time to file proceedings. But that should be filed systematically and with the proper legal guidance.
That's a great suggestion, sir. Probably having a dedicated legal expert in the department who reviews the documents before they are filing probably would really curtail the timelines being taken at the court. So appreciate your thoughts on that, sir. And moving on to the next round of discussion, wherein we are in the era of online purchases or online digital transactions and all. Not so, I mean, even in the pharma space, there is a growing occurrence of the e-pharmacies that we have been hearing, and I'm sure many of the regulators also must have started using the e-pharmacies for the ready purchases of the medicines, if I'm not wrong. So there is a high apprehension that the entry of spurious drug is very easy in the era of the e-pharmacy space, and as an expert in this field, sir, so what would be the suggestions that you give for the regulators in terms of the measures need to be taken by the officers to prevent the entry of or occurrence of the spurious drugs cases through e-pharmacies, and also how the players, the e-pharmacy players could be accountable if any such cases has been detected?
Thank you, Lakshmi. It is a very hot subject. Since a decade, it is going on. Before going to that, in continuation to our Mahapatra's suggestions, in the court of law, I think he is also aware, in our drug cases, it is twice evidence, before framing the charge, after framing the charge. Whereas in police cases, it is not like that. And also, I heard, if I am wrong, you please correct me, judges have been given target to complete the cases and marks have been allotted. For simple cases, police cases, they fatapat, they will finish it and they will get the case. Ours is, it will take, evidence itself will take months together. Morning to evening, IO has to stand. At least before the framing the charge, the person who has filed the complaint and IO, at least those two has to be done. It will take time. And again, after framing the charge, if he doesn't agree, accused, then it has to continue. Then again evidence will start. So magistrates are hesitant to take the cases. That is why this is another practical problem we are all facing, as at least our officers have faced. This is the one thing. And as far as you were telling morning, I think we all have heard one word morning the Honorable Minister told. What he told? Everybody is supplying on phone call medicine. What is that phone call? It is online. It is nothing but online. Phone call. When you do phone call supply, you don't want to do other person to do it. How can it be? When a chemist comes for the license, sir, please give the license. I am now saying. After once he gets the license, another person comes, he prevents it. How can it be? Fundamental right to everybody's. That is a different issue. And as far as this online pharmacies is concerned, I am of the opinion that only two issues are most important. One is prescription, where it is defined. None of the act have been defined, in my knowledge, so far. Either our Drug and Cosmetic Act has defined, or our Medical Fraternity Act has been defined about the prescription. Only definition has come recently in 2015 under pharmacist guidelines. There is also guidelines, not even rules, how the prescription has to be there. In our rule, only 65.9 and 65, Rule 65.9 and 65.10 tells about the prescription. Rule number 65.9 tells prescription has to be in writing by the registered medical practitioner and it has to be signed. And that is 65.10 it says. Then our section 2A says what? There is no bar. In the morning also Mahapatra told, there is no bar of application of any other law. When such is there, you go back to Information Technology Act, section 4 and section 5. What it says, Information Technology Act? It says section 4 recognizes the electronic records. Section 5 recognizes the electronic signature. Earlier it was digital, now it is amended to electronic signature. It says, both section starts with the sentence, starts with the word, any law. It starts as any law. Wherever it has been mentioned as it should be in writing. If it is in electronic form, it is deemed as approved. It comes as deemed as approved. Similarly, electronic signature, if anywhere signature is there, if electronic signature is there, electronic signature is not easily, it is approved by Government of India with some, only few places are there. If it is electronic signature there, it is deemed as approved. Why our officer hesitant to apply to these two laws, this information technology law? I do not understand. Maybe we are not interested. Maybe AIOCD is pressure or whatever is there. And everybody says AIOCD every time and now and then they say it has been banned. Where it has been banned? See, I will read the court order as it is. There were so many court cases have happened. Since a decade it has happened. In one of the cases I personally attended, it has happened in Bombay. Case was there in Bombay, Madras High Court, and Delhi High Court, and Bangalore High Court. So many places. Madras High Court, single judge bench. I was personally present in one of the case. She asked, open court she asked, this is a, online is only mode. It is a mode of transport. Where it has been prohibited mode, you tell me in the act, you show me in the act or rules. Nobody is there. It is not mentioned. Mode is not prohibited. Then how can you say? But still, she gave a order stating that aforesaid rules are notified till the notified. Of course, by that time, Government of India had published in 2018 some draft rules have been published. This order came in 17 December 2018. Madras High Court single judge bench, lady judge bench was there. She gave an order till the aforesaid rules are notified. The online traders are bound not to proceed with their online business. She as the only one person, she gave the business. But next moment appeal was gone by these online people. And in the appeal, it has been struck down. In the appeal, they told, after appeal, the judgment came on 2/1/2019 with Madras High Court Chief Justice and another person. They told an order of ad interim stay for paragraph 38, that is single judge bench, which was stayed not to do the business, it has been stayed by appeal. And then further posted in 24/1/2019, but nothing was happened. Ultimately, on 25 June 2024, the case was closed as such with that stay to the lower court bench. Then comes to Delhi High Court. Everybody is talking about the Delhi High Court. Delhi High Court, what happened? Unlike, this is the most important Delhi High Court judgment. Everybody is quoting Delhi High Court judgment. Unlike the Madras High Court, Delhi High Court has never held that online sale of medicines is bad in law. The Delhi High Court has always maintained a position. Then, on Delhi High Court issued 12/12/2018, the order. That was the Delhi High Court order. What it says, it takes from Madras High Court. It says, inviting the attention to an interim order passed by the Madras High Court, that was a single bench High Court, stated as, we also see no reason why similar direction be not be issued. So it says, respondents, that is the Government of India, are injuncted from online sale of medicines without license. Online sales are ready to take the license. You frame the rules, you fix it, whatever the rules you want, we are ready. And as on today, online form, as far my knowledge is concerned, I hope you all agree or not agree, we will see the discussion. They will be supplying, it is only platform. After taking the order, they will be, medicines will be supplied either from their own licensed premises or from the person with whom they have entered an agreement with license. Ultimately, it goes with licensed premises only. Sales have been taken place, not from platform. And latest, during just this year, 4th March 2024, Joint Secretary of the Government of India has given an undertaking in Delhi High Court. What he has stated? Joint Secretary, MOHFW, prays for 4 months further time for framing the policy for online sale of drugs as per the draft notification issued on 28th August 2018. So Government of India itself is telling 4 months time you give me. We are telling we are going to do 4 months over. Now, as we were telling so many years, how many hearings has happened in Delhi High Court, you know? As on today, 25 hearings have happened. 25, you believe it or not. 25 hearings have happened, and meanwhile, the complainant, original complainant died. He is not there, he is no more. Of course, on behalf of him, somebody else is following, and again, South India Chemists and Register, they have also impleaded, they are continuing. Now the final hearing has been posted on 9th of December, next month, 9th of December 24. This is the situation, and latest case is in Karnataka High Court. Karnataka High Court, our officers had seized at Mysore and one more place, which Jubilee. They have seized online paper and they have filed the case, criminal case, and it went to High Court, snap deal, I think. High Court has issued the order stating in both the cases, they have quashed it. The ultimately lower court case, whatever has been filed, it has been quashed. So he says, an intermediary, this is online platform, is intermediary. An intermediary would not be responsible and or liable for sale of any item not complying with the requirements under the Drug and Cosmetic Act on its platform, since the essential ingredients of section 18(1)(c) of the Act not having been fulfilled, neither Snapdeal nor its directors can be prosecuted for the offense under section 27(b)(2) of the Act. Hence, the proceedings of both the cases at lower court have been quashed. This is the actual situation, to be frankly speaking. So we need to have work. So how it has to be, prescription also, what we consider as a prescription, all the things are there. Which kind of prescription has to be considered? Whether nowhere in the Act, nowhere in the rule, again I will tell you, nowhere it is mentioned as original prescription. It is only we are assuming that the original prescription has to be, it is a practical. Just like our pharmacist, every medical shop should, you may be aware that sometime back this AOCD chemist had gone to the parliament and the government of India stating that we don't need pharmacists. It is not required at all, pharmacists. Yeah. So that is why it is, we all have to think over how it has to be proceeded further. This is the actual situation as on today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think this is going to be the order of the day, and we are all need to prepare how best we can make sure these platforms are going to be ensured in terms of supply of these standard medicines. So moving on, sir, as the times are changing, as the practices are changing, even though the recommendations of Dr. Mashelkar committee has given the strategies or the things to do to combat the spurious drugs, but in the current times, where the order of the day has been moving in a different directions, what would be the best strategies that need to be taken care to curb the menace of the spurious drugs? Sir, over to you, Deshpande.
So ultimately, Dr. Mashelkar committee's findings are still valid today, because again, we talk of technology, we talk of changes. The officers will have to change their methodology. The officers will have to be very techno-savvy and start using technology for better results. That is one thing. But ultimately, one must understand that the spurious drugs movement is not detected in routine inspections. It has to be have concrete information, follow-up, and all that. So the strategy will be, one is select the officers who have aptitude for investigation work. It's not job of everybody. Some officers are good at manufacturing inspections, some are good at retail inspections, but some are having aptitude for out of the way thinking. They have to be picked up. In Maharashtra, in good old days, intelligence branch was considered to be selection post, because the commissioners, assistant commissioner, intelligence branch, they will identify officers who are having such kind of aptitude. Then they need to be trained on what, how to develop informants. But this is ground reality. The technology is not going to tell you what is the information. Technology is to be used as a tool, as a facilitator of investigation. But to find out what is happening in the market, you need informants, you need intelligence, you need expertise of intelligence shifting. What is bogus, what is true, what information is given through business rivalry, so on and so forth. So that aptitude has to be there. And we need to interact with other departments like CID, Intelligence Bureau, Narcotic Control Bureau, NCB. So what actually Aidcoc has done is they have formulated the training module called Improving Investigation Skill. And in that we had invited Chief of Intelligence Bureau. At Chennai we had invited Deputy Director of NCB. So these inputs will help the officers to improve their investigation skill. And finally, the knowledge of law is very important. Now the new CRPC is replaced by new act. There are too many, like our P. Ramesh has made a presentation on that. Search, seizure, what new actions have been taken. So one has to be aware of that. So strategy is not going to change. So finally what is required is select the officers who have aptitude, train them, and each state must have intelligence branch. Central government, that is CDSO, must have intelligence branch, and as functional, not because Dr. Mashelkar committee has recommended intelligence branch. Then the other problem is the bureaucrats do not understand importance of intelligence branch. Some IS officer comes in, he says intelligence branch की क्या ज़रूरत है? Everybody is intelligence officer. तो ऐसा नहीं होता है काम. You need specialized skill, specialized aptitude to work in intelligence branch. The CDSCO, as I said in my first presentation, that every state must declare the nodal officer of intelligence branch. He could be assistant commissioner, he could be drug inspector, whosoever it is. But he should be available because now you have mobile, you have internet. He should be available at any point of time to give the information in the state. Because interstate coordination, unless that improves, the investigations cannot be successful. Earlier, we had police force to help us. After this Supreme Court judgment, police are refusing to. Earlier, we had a specialized branch of police to assist us. So during those days, we could start investigation in Maharashtra, arrest people in Delhi, go to Haryana, go to Punjab, and complete the link. Now it is not possible because the drugs inspectors do not have that expertise. So the extreme thinking is the officer should be sent to police training college for police training center for 1.5 years. Thank you.
With the Supreme Court judgment given that the drugs inspectors are empowered to arrest the accused, probably as you have rightly pointed out, there is a special training needed for all the inspectors. And to have a further conversation on that, let me welcome Sushant Mahapatra ji. Like what would be your suggestions for the effective implementation of this judgment given by the Supreme Court in the Union of India versus Ashok Kumar Sharma regarding the arrest and custody of the accused?
If we analyze this Union of India versus Ashok Kumar Sharma, we have to go back to the Allahabad High Court. Ashok Kumar Sharma versus Union of India, state of UP. What happened in that case? The sample was taken from the one doctor's shop, and it was alleged that he is selling medicine there. From that, this arrived. The police has arrested the culprit. Then the matter went to the Allahabad High Court, where Allahabad High Court held that police has no power to arrest, and the proceedings are wrong. Why inspectors at all go to the police to complain? And they have directed a chamber discipline action, and state was directed to file a report what action they have taken against the inspector. So from there, this came to the Supreme Court, where the union says that police has a power to arrest, you cannot stop police from arresting. Then Supreme Court came to the conclusion that Section 32 provides a fourth category of persons who can file a complaint: inspector, special officer, aggrieved person, and consumer association, whether this aggrieved person is a member of consumer association or not. So these four persons were given a right. So going by that definition, because the legislative scheme is there, so Supreme Court held that in view of Section 36 AC that was introduced in 2008, this cognizable offense. So Section 36 AC defines the cognizable offense where the police can arrest without warrant. How that's come? Because the bailable, some offenses are non-bailable. 36 AB defines the special code, and 36 AC defines the offenses that in which bail cannot be given. It's a non-bailable, cognizable offense. From there it's come that after 36 AC, police thought that they have a power to arrest. So ultimately when it came to Supreme Court said that no, police has no power, only inspector has a power. Now the settled law that the drug inspector can arrest a person for the commission of offense. Now question came here, in what type of offenses inspector can arrest? Then ultimately answer lies in 36 AC. That is AB, AC and AD. These are three sections are there which deal with the special power of the cognizable offenses. So only in case the offenses falling under Section 36 AC, the inspector has a power to arrest. That is very much clear in the Ashok Kumar's case also. Now coming to 36 AC, what are the offenses are there? The offenses are there. One is a very typical, Section 28 is also there, which is basically bailable, compoundable, but still it is made the non-cognizable, only to enforce the law. But then the spurious drug, adulterated drug, which is capable, which is punishable under Section 27A, B. B is not there, 27A is there. Even 27D is 3 years, 2 plus 2 years and above, they are also deleted from that. So ultimately the offenses which is covered, which is adulterated or spurious drug cases, the inspector has the power to arrest. Now question comes to how to exercise. To my knowledge, I have seen a case in Himachal Pradesh. The drug department has done a very excellent case. I was advising them also. So basically from where the police get the power to arrest, the Supreme Court has given the power. Now the questions come whether the inspector has the power to summon. Ultimately, I found that the power to summon has not been given to the police because summoning power is derived from the act itself. And it is basically a civil court power to summon a person to enforce the evidence, all these things. But then if we go for Section 4 and 5, then of CRPC earlier, now also the same thing, we will get to know that the inspector, if want to arrest a person, can arrest only in the cases of a 36 AC cases. Now the question has raised the police support. Since this judgment is under Article 142, what is 142? 142? 142 is the article where there is no law. Supreme Court has a special power to make the law. So when Supreme Court passes any order under Article 142, it has become a statute itself. So only thing is that the practice has to be developed by the inspector. They can approach to the superintendent of police, give him the copy of the judgment. We want this protection. So while proceeding for taking any action, the drug inspector can take help of the police. The inspector will execute the arrest. Now you can see the GST people are there, custom people are there. They are arresting, so they are the same as the inspectors. Drug inspector cannot be equated with the police because we have a two system of things. One is the police is a different power and inspector is a different power. But here in case of a drug, it is something different. When we go to GST or custom or FEMA, COFE PESA, any statement, ED even, any statement given before the officer is a judicial statement. But any statement given before the drug inspector cannot be a judicial statement because there is no provision under the law. So my simple thing is that Section 82 to 80, Section 82 and 85 of CRPs earlier was there. When you want any person for investigation, if he is not appearing, the person can appear to file a complaint before the court, asking him that the lawful order of the inspector is not followed, then the bailable warrant can be issued by the court and the person can be detected by the inspector. This is a procedure what I say. So any other question you want to? So I have described the procedure. Any specific question, then I can deal that.
Thank you, sir. I think in the interest of the time, let me proceed with the final thoughts from Ramesh sir on the Jan Vishwas Act, which the government is aiming to decriminalize most of the acts, including the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, wherein it has clearly defined the compounding procedures, and also there is a clear notification or the draft rules published for compounding of offence. So what would be your take on that, and what sort of a precautions that the regulator should take in view of this act, and how we could foresee the changes of the legal provisions in the near future, of course, I mean, to the other sections of offences as well, please.
Thank you, madam. This is also a very good subject, as though it looks like a compounding the offences are decriminalizing, but need to be very cautious, as you said, because this Jan Vishwas Bill, Bill 2022, it has become an act in the year 2023, passed by the Union government for several acts, including the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. So this Jan Vishwas Bill Act is for the decriminalization of the offences, for compounding the offences, including the provisions of Drugs and Cosmetics Act, like various act it has been given. It is also gives it makes it is made easy for the burden of the regulators, as well as it is passed under the ease of doing business. It is for the as per Union government provisions. So when we see these provisions, how it has been effective, so in the year 2023, the Union government has passed this bill. When it came in Gazette notification in the August 2023, it is effective in our nation, in the Union, in our government. And then with effect to that, the central government also given effective date for the implement of, with respect to the provisions of Drugs and Cosmetics Act, that will be then 31st 12/2024. That is the next month the effective will be taken place. Therefore, the Union Government of Health Services is already has notified the draft regulations how the compounding mechanism can be adopted as per our Drugs and Cosmetics Act. As you know, there is no specific rules for the Jan Vishwas Bill, like no others. There is some other act, if we see, it has been implemented earlier also for the imposing only penalties. Whereas as per these compounding offences given under Jan Vishwas is pertaining to the section 29 and section 27D, section 27A, yes sir, 28 and 28, yeah, 27D sir, yeah, 27D. 27D, 27A also it has came, sir. Repeated, sir. Yeah, small d for cosmetics, sir. Cosmetics it has. No, cosmetics, NSQ.
27A bracket 2.
Yeah, that's for cosmetics, sir. And likewise, it has given even section 32 also. There, other than the spurious have repeated. 32B. Yeah, 32B. That is other than the spurious. So these are now 4 sections has been covered. For instead of filing the prosecutions or making criminalizing the offences, it has been made as a decriminalizing activities. So while doing so, the Government of India now already has formed the regulations. Under this regulation, we need to have a precautions to ensure the implementation of this act. When you see the precautions, definitely our Drugs and Cosmetics is concerned to health of the people and need to be safeguard of the people. Therefore, one has to be very, very careful while implementing instead of making the criminalizing or offences, going for the compounding offences. Definitely the thought process of the stakeholders should not be like, whatever we do, it can be come out from by paying some hefty penalties. No, that is not there, because the rules have been, if you see rules 1 to 7 has been defined the authorities, who is the authority, and some definition is given. This is not a compounding offense, though it is given. We must be ensured that when there is we have a mechanism of compliance inspections. So when compounding is imposing, we have to identify which kind of offences has been compounding, and how this implementation, it could be it could be manufacturing unit or as well as sales premises. If the person is continuously going, then it will be, you have to be careful, and then there should be the implementation of this should be monitoring of the cell should be created, and also there is a way of methodology. All, if the compounding, when authority is imposing compound, he has got the right, whether prosecution can also be launched or not. The right has been also given, and it is limited to the some activities. This is what is the criminalization, decriminalization.
On compounding. This is my last. Just I will take this opportunity. I am giving one homework to everybody. Maybe some have known about whether this compounding of offense 32B, which is amended, whether the offense under section 27D can be compoundable. That you find out at your end. To my knowledge, it's not compoundable. You find out your end, then we will discuss about that. You can also find out.
Definitely, sir. No, as actually, see, as a law is already notified. Now it has came into Gazette. Now we need to be implemented.
As per me, section 27D, bracket D, is not compoundable. So this compounding, this provision 32B, that is going to be struck down by the courts very soon. But why it will be struck down, you have to find out.
Yeah, as and today, the section is covered. So now draft rules as came by central government. See, when it comes in a gazette notification, it's going to implement. So he's a legal expert. He will definitely file a different version.
No, it is not maintainable. They are making the compounding.
All right, sir. I think we have got a great insights on the challenges, the practical problems and the possible solutions that every stakeholders could take in the fight against the spurious, and more importantly, the legal knowledge that the regulators should possess in view of the evolving nature of the legal provisions also. So with that great insights, we would be wrapping up the session, and we are so sorry that in the interest of the time, we may not be able to take up the questions. One last, maybe one quick question from Taneja sir, please.
Legal. We have little legal knowledge. We want to improve. My friend just told one aggrieved person can file prosecution. For what type of grievances?
See, if you are asking of 32, na?
Yes.
So 32, we have to co-join with section 26.
Yes.
And again, section 32, there is two parts. One is an aggrieved person, and another is a consumer association, whether such person is a member of that association or not. So for the first thing, aggrieved person, suppose I am a purchaser of a drug for my mother or my father, some relative. Due to that purchase, and after taking that medicine, that person dies or something effect, then the purchaser also can file a complaint. He is an aggrieved person. The patient, he himself is aggrieved, is okay. But even his relative who has purchased the drug, he is also an aggrieved person.
I am a consumer and I am aggrieved.
Yes.
I have grievances that so and so firm is non-compliant.
Yes.
Can I inspect that?
No, there should be some cause. As a criminal action, if you go by that, whether some company is not complying, then it is a criminal action. So any person can file can report to the police or cognizable office is concerned. Accordingly, he can also complain to you. What's wrong in that? If I am saying that is a particular person is making a spurious drug or not complying with the requirement, I can file complaint with you. If you don't agree, I will go to the court. I got a local commissioner appointed. I can do that.
Hello. Yes, sir, madam, I have one question. Here. Related to online sale, sir already told regarding intermediary. Sir, our cases are quashed because of they are considered, Snapdeal is considered as an intermediary. But as per the Information Act at Rule 79(2)(b), intermediary does not initiate the transmission, one point. Second point is select the receiver transmission, And third is select or modify the information contained in the transmission. It does not, means intermediary don't have any access to do this. Whatever transmission passed by the seller, he should not have any access to the transmission of the seller. Whatever, when I view when I gone through their agreement, seller agreement with the website provider, in that it is written that here.
Come to the question, please.
Yes, sir. Snapdeal reserves the right to the select products to be displayed on the website. Snapdeal also deserves the right to determine the sellers who may also sell on the website. This is nothing but he is like having access to the transmission of the seller. Then how Snapdeal will become an intermediary?
Have you moved to appeal on that High Court case?
Yes, sir.
Who has prevented not to move to the Supreme Court? You please move to the Supreme Court. It is a 100-page judgment. It has been covered in 100-page 79 rule and 68 rule. Everything has been covered. You please move to the Supreme Court. And as far as our principle of our country is, Supreme Court has several cases told, whichever is not prohibited is permitted. This is the principle followed in our country. You go to Supreme Court, any case, if I agree. Whichever is not prohibited, you go to the appeal. There is no problem.
Sir, quick last thoughts.
See,
Sir. As
your-
we are really
your
running,
question-
we are
your-
really running out of time.
Just
Quick
1
thoughts.
minute.
Yeah, please.
Your question is whether this Snapdeal should be held responsible or not, isn't it? You are saying that he is an exhibitor. You are right. You are right. We'll talk.
Thank you very much, the esteemed panelists. Sir, in the interest of the time, maybe I would
Sir, how to
request
deal
you-
with the nil content cases, sir?
I hope everybody agree. If it is a nil content, it has to be considered as spurious. I think draft has come. In the new act, this one, in that it is there. Nil content under definition of spurious, it has been referred in the new
No,
bill.
that is in the draft, sir. In the existing scenario, how it has to be considered?
Existing scenario not of standard quality as on today. If you want to feel spurious, you file the case. No problem. Let us see what court will say. It can be considered as spurious also, because we have to prove it is substituted by something else.
Thank you so much, sir, for your great insights that's been shared with all our participants, and I'm sure they must have lot of questions, but I would request everyone to maybe get on one-on-one discussions with the panel members and get your questions cleared. So thank you once again for the panel.
I thank all the panelists for the detailed and elaborative discussion on the strategies to combat the spurious drugs. And thank you, Lakshmi, for excellently moderating the session. Now I request LOC Chairman Dr. S. Sumesh sir and President Aidcoc R.P. Chaudhary sir, Rajshekhar Malli Secretary General Aidcoc, and Ravi Udvay Bhaskar sir to come to the dais to felicitate the panelists. Shri S.W. Deshpande sir, Chief Advisor Aidcoc. Thank you, sir. Next, Dr. B.R. Jagshetty, sir, former drugs controller, Karnataka. A big round of applause for the panelists for sharing their experience and visionary. Yeah. Next, Shri P. Ramesh, sir, Deputy Drugs Controller, Bengaluru. Finally, to moderator Lakshmi Prasanna, I request Nagajyoti KS. Sushant Mahapatra, we have already honored sir, and once again we thank him for his presence in the panelist. Thank you, sir, for being a panelist for both the sessions. There is no controversy. Hope. I request KS Nagajyoti madam to honor our moderator Lakshmi Prasanna. A big round of applause. And as per the LOC chairman decision, we are breaking for tea for 15 minutes. After that, there will be open house session. So I request all tea break for the open house.
Looks very nice.
I request all the officers of Karnataka State Drug Control Department kindly be like it's an alert. So we are going to invite all the committee chairmen along with the team. So I request all the team, and you have to rush to the stage as we call the team, and for an honor, please. Dear delegates, we have Dr. Jyoti Sardesai, madam, retired drugs controller from Goa. So on behalf of LOC, Aidcoc, I request Nagajyoti madam to kindly escort her for an honor, please. I request Uday Bhaskar sir. Uday Bhaskar sir, please be on that stage. And also I request Chowdhury sir to join them. And yesterday, actually, we had the Deputy Tax Controller from CDSCO, Shri Rajsekhar sir. So I request you to kindly come on to the stage. He's there as a support to our department always from CDSCO. So we request you to receive our felicitations, sir, please. Round of applause. I know whole day it is very tough to, clap because it increases body temperature, but at the same time it gives some acupressure. So thank you once again. I request Dr. Tejasvi, ADC, Assistant Drugs Controller from Karnataka, to please come on to the dais. Dear friends, this memento has been presented to Shri Tejasvi C, Assistant Drugs Controller, Karnataka, as a token of appreciation for being the technical head in Aidcoc Convention 2024 Silver Jubilee celebration. Whatever on time you have received the pen drives today and the certificates, it is because of his effort. So in spite of he is having his practical examination, and also he has spent his time for reaching all the pen drives and certificates on time. Thank you, Tejasvi sir. I request the Drugs Controller of Puducherry, Dr. E. Ananda Kirchone, sir. The Drugs Controller from Puducherry has witnessed this Aidcoc 2024 Silver Jubilee celebration. So we welcome and also heartfelt thanks for being a part of this celebration, sir. I request Shri Ramdhan sir to kindly come on to the dais. Shri Ramdhan sir. Shri Ramdhan sir to kindly come on to this stage, please. I request the Souvenir Committee kindly come on to this stage, please. The chairman was Shri Nazir Ahmed. I request all the drug control officers of Karnataka, please, it's a request. So kindly you have to rush to the stage as we call the teams. It is the Souvenir Committee headed by Shri Nazir Ahmed sir, Shri GP Ravi Prasad sir. I request the team to come on to the stage, please. Shri Ajay Mudgal sir, Shri Tejasvi C, Shri Venkatesh, Srimati Chandrakala Shilpa and Srimati Suhasini. Next it is finance team. Ajay sir is there. Tejasvi sir. Okay. Chandrakala Shilpa madam. Okay, please. This is next it is finance team, headed by Shri Arun BP sir, Rajshekhar Malli sir, Raghuram NV sir, Ganesh Babu C, Shri Venkatesh BR, Shri S Venkatesh, Srimati Nagaratna Shweta Veeranna, Shri Suri CR and Dr. Veerish Babu SV. Okay. We Heartfelt thanks to Sri Ramdan sir. This memento is being presented to Sri G. Ramdhan, Drugs Controller, Telangana State, as a token of appreciation for being a part of this ADCO Convention 2024 Silver Jubilee celebration. Heartfelt thanks to you, sir. I welcome Sri M.N. Sridhar, sir, Drug Controller, Tamil Nadu. Drugs Controller from Tamil Nadu, Sri M.N. Sridhar, sir, to kindly come on to the dais, please. The finance team, I request please of DCD. After this, only for the drug regulators, there is an open Aidcoc session, open house session. So I request our officers to please speed up. Finance team, sir, please. N.V. Raghuram, sir, Ganesh Babu, C. Venkatesh B.R., yes Venkatesh, Nagaratna Shweta, and Dr. Veeresh Babu, sir. It was headed by Sri Arun BP, sir, and Sri Rajshekhar Malli, sir. Next, it is food team, headed by the chairman was T.P. Sujit, sir. T.P. Sujit, sir, Basuvaraj Asangi, sir, K.S. Mallikarjun, sir, Dr. Suresh M., Srimati K.S. Nagarjyoti, Sri Shankar Naik, Srimati Shailaja D.S., Sri Hosakere Mata Renuka Swami, Sri Manjunath K. and Mohammad Jawar Khalid. So please, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕಿದೆ. It is a request to all the drug controllers of, the officers of Karnataka. Food team, sir, please. If food was good, you have to give a clap. I hope it was good, and we were all full, of energy because of morning breakfast, yesterday's food. Yeah, it's because of the effort of the food team. So, round of applause. It was headed by Sujit sir, Basuraj Asangi sir. Next team is accommodation hospitality, headed by Shri P. Ramesh sir, Dr. Nagraj S sir, then Nagraj KV, Omkareshwar BB, Bhagyajyoti BG, Shri Wasim sir, Srimati Ashlata BV, Shri Suresha K, Shri Uday Kishore P, Shri Prasanna Kumar SR, Srimati Savita BN, Shri Arun P. Katari, and Dayanand Kadadevar. Thank you. Accommodation, hospitality. Did you all like the accommodation and the hospitality? Yes. Round of applause to Shri Ramesh sir and team, Dr. Nagraj yes sir and team. Next it is transportation committee. Please, bega banni. DDC Ramesh sir and Nagraj, yes. It's okay. The accommodation hospitality committee, thanks to the entire team. Next it is transportation committee, Dr. Rash Bhaskaran J, Dr. Mallikarjun Nagur, Shri G.V. Narayan Reddy, Shri B. Suresh, Shri B.N. Babu, Srimati Sanofa Jan, Shri Manjunath Reddy V, Shri Parashuram R, Shri Neelakant Rathod, Shri Dhananjay Hathapaki, Shri Girish CH and Manohar KV. Transportation Committee headed by Dr. Rash Bhaskaran sir and Dr. Mallikarjun Nagur sir. I request all the officers of DCD Karnataka, please be inside the auditorium. Next it is venue committee headed by Dr. Okay. Venue, we are going to take it up next. Next it is registration moment committee, Dr. Kempaya Suresh sir, Shri Sanganna Shili sir, Shri Sharan Basappa Hanumanal, Srimati Vishalakshi, Shri Gurunath Magangiri, Srimati Geeta MS, Srimati Chandraprabha, Shri Renu Prasad, Neha Murgi, Srimati Vibha and Ramesh Nidavani. Registration committee, those who have received the honor, please clear the stage immediately. Request to the DCD Karnataka officers. The registration and the registration and all the facility was well organized by all these teams. So headed by finished, sir. Next it is venue committee, Dr. Khalid Hamad Khan sir, headed this team. Srimati C. Manjula Madam, Karuna Devi, Srimati V. Mamata, Srimati Nazia, Srimati Namrata, Srimati Nilima, Dr. Vinod Kamble, Srimati Shyamala, Srimati Pushpa Priya, Shri Harish R. and Srimati Nandini. These are the various committees who have coordinated very well for making this event a grand success. Thank you so much to all the officers of DCD Karnataka. For the remaining, because we have open house meeting, so I thank group photo na. I request, in 5 minutes we are going to start the open house session, and it is only for the drug regulators. So I thank all the participants for being with us all these 2 days, for making this event a grand success. So the open house session is only for the drug regulators. So I thank all the other people to please, I thank you for your kind cooperation. Thank you. I request DCD officers to kindly come onto the stage immediately. The entire Drug Control Department of Karnataka. The whole event was very disciplined and very well organized. So I request all the officers of Karnataka, please let us maintain the decorum. I request all the officers of Karnataka, please come to the stage just for a group photo. Immediately, please. ಯಾರಿಗಾದರೂ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ವೆನ್ಯೂ ಕಮಿಟಿನವರು, ಹರೀಶ್ ಸರು, ತೇಜಸ್ವಿ ಸರ್, ಪ್ರಸನ್ನ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ತಲುಪಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ವಿನೋದ್ ಸರ್ ಕೂಡ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಾವು ಇಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಂಗ ತುಂಬ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೊರಗಡೆನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಏನಪ್ಪ ಅನ್ಸೋದು ಬೇಡ. So I request our officers of Karnataka, please cooperate for a group photo immediately, please. So, I request all the drug regulatory officers to kindly assemble for the open house session. ಪಾಸ್ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದೊಂದದು, ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಆದರೂ ಎರಡಿದ್ರೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಶಾಲ್ಸ ಸರ್, ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್, ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. ಹಾಂ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ ಶಾಲ್ಸ್ನ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಆದರೆ ಯಾರೂ ಕೂಡ ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು ಸರ್. ಓಪನ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಇದೆ, ಸೊ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಟೀ ತೊಗೊಂಡು 5 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಒಳಗೆ ಬಂದುಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. I request all the delegates, please have your seats. It's an open house session. I request once again, Karnataka DCD, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ನೀವು ಸಹಕರಿಸಲೇಬೇಕು. ತಾಳ್ಮೆಯಿಂದ ಇರಬೇಕು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಗೇಟಿಂದ ಡೋರಿಂದ ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ದಯಾನಂದ ಟೀಮ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರಬೇಕು. ಯು ಬ್ರಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಇನ್ಸೈಡ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್. Ajay sir, Prasanna sir. Uday. Hello, Mifa. Mifa boys, please. Mifa events. Mifa events, Mahesh. Umesh sir. I request Umesh sir to present a memento to Mahesh. Mahesh, Mifa events, please fast.
ನೀನೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ ಬೊಂಬೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ
Mifa events, Mahesh, basically a dancer who trains thousands of students for especially Republic Day and national festivals for the government of Karnataka, and also a good event manager. So thank you, sir, for helping us in organizing this event. I request all the delegates, please come inside the hall, please. Those who are in the dining hall for high tea, I request all the delegates, please come inside the auditorium. I request Umesh sir. And I welcome, I request Shri Atul Kumar Nasa sir, the retired drugs controller, to kindly come onto the stage and receive a token of love and affection, please. I request Umesh sir to kindly present the memento. Shri Atul Kumar Nasa sir, the retired drugs controller. I also request Uday Bhaskar sir to do this honor. Thanks for being a part of this 25th year, 30th year celebration of Aidcoc, sir. Dear all, thank you for your cooperation. So we are going to start the open house session, and as I announced earlier, it's only for the drug regulators. So I thank if we have anybody in the audience other than drug regulators. I request Sri R.P. Chowdhury, sir, President of Aidcoc, to kindly come onto the stage and have your seat. I welcome Sri Rajshekhar Malli, the Secretary General of Aidcoc, to come onto the stage. No, you should be there, sir. You are the regulator, sir. Past and present drug regulators, sir. Chowdhury sir, too. Yeah, once again I welcome Shri R.P. Chowdhury, President of Aidcoc, to kindly come onto the stage. Shri Rajshekhar Malli, Secretary General Aidcoc. Shri Ravi Uday Bhaskar Sir, Honorable Director General of Aidcoc. Shri S.W. Deshpande, Chief Advisor. For the open house session, and over to you, sir. Cordless Mahesh, sir. Hello, hello.
Good evening. Good evening, all officers, Pan India. Because of you, today we were able to do this convention, a Silver Jubilee convention of All India Drug Control Officers Confederation. It was with this strength, we did this with the help of Karnataka Drug Control Officers Association. At the outset, I would like to emphasize on one thing, that we are together. That's why the strength you can see, and you can see how the program has gone through. Each and every officer from all the corners of India, they have come together and supported this convention. That's why what I can say, it is of great success after a long time. The journey, my journey in Aidcoc of last 25 years, I was not in the starting period of formation of this Aidcoc. However, from 2000, I joined with my association into this All India Drug Control Officers Confederation. I have seen all the steps, right from the joint secretary and joint treasurer, and also many posts and vice president, and today I am the president of this All India Drug Control Officers Confederation. During the journey, I have seen Deshpande ji, who has been a guiding force for all of us and has given a right direction to this organization to excel on each and every point. Uday Bhaskar has always been a support for from the south also, as well as for the organization also. He has been instrumental, along with Deshpande sir and all our old battalion who have retired now, but they all made this a big organization, a united organization, and a all India organization. With their efforts, we have been into the IPCA and the federating body of the IPC, and we conducted 3 IPCs, and it was again with Uday Bhaskar ji, Hyderabad IPC was a great success. With all this, now as per the mission, we want to go a long way, and young officers are here. I would like to only tell everybody one thing: if we are united, we stand big and we go long. So I expect support of all my colleague officers throughout India, as well as I make an appeal to all the central committee members to make other associations who are still not affiliated to us to be into the stream of Aidcoc and make this organization a big one. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, good evening to all, and at the outset, my sincere thanks to the Karnataka Drug Control Enforcement Officers Association and our beloved drugs controller, Dr. Umesh. Under his leadership, today we have succeeded to come over this function. As far the Aidcoc is concerned, since 2000, as earlier Uday Bhaskar sir and S.W. Deshpande sir said, since 2018-19, we were not in the picture because of some issues with the COVID and other issues. After 2023 or 2021, we have made series of web series and all. Later, those who were the members, we were requested to all the other than CEC members, we can make revive to the association. And we have requested Ravi Uday Bhaskar and S.W. Deshpande sir to make a association. Because earlier the presidents and secretaries, Rajabhanu sir was there and Dr. Jayanto was there. So later, the Aidcoc has conducted the elections in the month of March, June. Somehow we succeeded to take up the new challenges and new association members. So after the formation of new members, so president and secretary and other CEC members, first we decided to go for the Aidcoc convention. And as you know, we were thinking of doing this Silver Jubilee convention. Earlier there was a proposed from the Jammu and Kashmir and as well as some other states. Since the Karnataka was the day when we were asking for the convention, and most of the CEC members were agreed for this. And most important is our Karnataka Officers Association President Sri Raghuram and Secretary Venkatesh BR and Ajay and myself, we were there in the Hyderabad elections. And in principle, we were requested for the convention, and in principle, we got the green signal from the Aidcoc advisory committees and all. So that is how we came to this convention, and we decided to go for the convention in the short of period. Indeed, we have succeeded in this function. So that's why I made first sincere thanks to the Karnataka Drug Control Officers Association. Now the thing is, we wanted to strengthen our Aidcoc everywhere across the India, because right now there are only 13 states are affiliated. Of course, we got all the members from the 13 states. Still, we expected more numbers from these 13 states only. Somehow, because of elections, because of their strength, and because of preoccupied work, we received only few members. We may get more members in future, I think so. So now our mission is go for more than 13, means to reach out all the states to make a members of each state, because other than 13 states, now we have decided to go each and every state, and we just wanted to divide our CEC members to reach out the other states. And we wanted to make more guest lectures everywhere. Right now we have received Jammu Kashmir proposal to conduct guest lectures over there. Maybe another 1 or 2 months. If possible, we'll stick to Jammu Kashmir, or we may call all the members to join in Jammu Kashmir also, maybe in January, February. However, it depends on the situation over there, and as well as Aidcoc's position. So once again, we request all the members, please communicate to your close friends and every person whoever you are in touch with the other states. So in turn, you can contact us also. Definitely, we will make even efforts to reach out to all those people who are interested in our ADCO. And we are not going to comment on any other association. Our aim is very clear, and it is already written in our mission only. So once again, I request all the members, please talk to other members, your friends. Definitely we will make 13 to 30 states. So if any suggestions from your side, we will take up definitely. Definitely we will move on. Thank you.
The President, All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation, Chaudhary, and Secretary General Rajshekhar Malli, and Chief Advisor and Founder Secretary General S.W. Deshpandeji, and the veterans and the drugs controllers from different states, and the people who were responsible in the formation and strengthening and carrying this legacy of 30 years of All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation. First of all, before I speak three, four issues, as Malli has already mentioned that, particularly post-COVID and after Chennai IPC, we were little lull and we were not visible actually. And we all should responsible for making this organization not vibrant, and it is not, it was. Before I say anything, I would like to thank Dr. Umesh, the drugs controller Karnataka, and his team and his all officers has given more oxygen and more strength to All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation. From the past 2-3 years, we are asking different states to organize training programs, but the people will say that during the meetings, we will do. But once they go back, this problem, that problem. But within the shortest, the possible time, organizing such a big event is really appreciable. This is one of the biggest and memorable event, and all the officers of Karnataka Drugs Control forget about their designation, and everybody is on the same page. So the entire credit goes to, we are guiding, but the entire credit goes to Dr. Umesh, despite he is not being there since long. He's a very new and a drug controller. But his team is very vibrant, and the way how they are working, I'm closely in touch with them. Most of the times I will not satisfy with the kind of a pace that my colleagues used to work. But if you see this communication and what I'm hearing from our officers, that they're tremendous, they put all their efforts, and once again, I'm very much thankful to them. I think this is going to be a launching pad to go further and to see our glory in the days to come, it should be very visible. And it should be in the limelight in defending and fighting for the cause of drug control officers. At this point of time, there is a communication gap, mainly due to our Central Council members or the presidents or secretaries of the state associations. Everybody should note the constitution of the Confederation. Confederation is an association of states. So every state association is a member of the Confederation. So the communication network and the mobilization will always depends on the president and secretary of their state associations. Unfortunately, in most of the states, there are new recruits. Take for example, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, Kerala, and there are so many states. But unfortunately, despite having 30 years of existence of this organization, there are people who are talking about this, the Aidcoc is not there. That is not the issue. If you see our activities, I request myself and Deshpande put a lot of efforts in coming out with a 12-page history of All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation from 1995, December 28 to today. So I request all the friends to read it. There are so many advertisements in that. Just you go to that and you read the mission statement, objectives, and how it was started, what kind of an efforts we have made in making all the regulators on a single platform. Just I'll tell you a few examples, how we were successful and how we fought for the betterment of the regulatory officers in the country. We were not having any association at the time. There is no platform. Every time all the officers, they used to have a CDSO training in Mumbai. They used to meet. And they will say that we'll form an association, but everybody will go back and they are busy with their own activities. So in 1995, our dream was realized, and we reached out to so many states, and so many states where there was no associations. We made them to form the associations. They are all affiliated. So it's very difficult to make all the officers as an individual members of this association. The only serving members should be the Secretary General or the President, or only the members, only the serving members. That is the affiliation from the association. If there is no association in any state and the CDSCO, they can become an individual members. That was our constitution. So most of the members are thinking that, the associations will have any individual can become a member. So every state will have their own issues. Just I'm not going to talk about the entire 30 years of our legacy and our representations and our contributions. How apt we are and how committed we are, I would like to tell. Ours is the only organization who reached out to Supreme Court of India, and I filed a writ petition in the 2002 requesting the Supreme Court to give directions to all the states and the Government of India to give directions to implement the recommendations of the committees which were appointed by Government of India, Task Force, Hathi Committee. That has made a very significant impact on the thinking process of the government. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court has not allowed that petition, but we have made number of representations. If you see the strength of Drugs Control Administration, that opportunity was captured very, very aggressively with the support of Government of India, CDSCO now. It's very visible and they have a very big strength. When there is a ban in Andhra Pradesh about the recruitment, All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation, by using all these task force reports and Hathi Committee reports, the government of Andhra Pradesh has sanctioned more than 60 posts. At the time, there is an absolute ban in the recruitment. So that kind of impact we have made on the governments to think about. We always telling the government that, you need to identify regulatory mechanism in the country as a vital link in the healthcare system. As long as you don't realize that, you may be thinking that, how many industries are coming, how many USFDA approved sites are there, how much we are exporting to different countries. That is not the issue, how best we work. But if you are not having a strong regulatory mechanism, it's not visible, and your image is not going to be the same what we are talking today. So we are all regulators. You all know that what kind of developments are taking place in the amendment of Drugs and Cosmetics Act. We can claim that those are all responsible on the efforts of All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation. I'll tell you, when Surendra Singh was the drug controller, he was a doctor. We strongly opposed his appointment. We filed a case. When he was trying to get the extension, at the time Mr. Ghulam Nabi Azad was the Minister of Health, Government of India. They were about to give the extension. We filed a case in the Madras High Court. So the Madras High Court had given instructions not to give any extension. After that, we were demanding that Drugs Control Administration at all levels, CDSCO or the state, is to be headed by a technically qualified person having the requisite qualifications under 49A 58. So now we are talking about, we have a very great legacy, and we are going to have by 2047, 100 years. But if you see the regulatory system in this country and regulatory strength in this country, not up to the mark, not up to the mark. Even the countries like, very, very small countries like Egypt, small countries like Ghana, Nigeria, they have a better regulatory mechanism and strength. So keeping in view of that, today morning I was talking to one of our friends of Karnataka. They have only 5 inspectors. Such a big state and having such a long history of having a very highly qualified people in colleges, it looks, it looks very simple. But, it shows that the sheer negligence on the polity, not realizing that it is very much needed. That is what we used to tell to the government that, if you are, whenever there is a spurious, whenever there is a not of standard quality drugs, whenever there is a death, then only you will talk about the Drugs Control Administration. Once I told to the minister, we were all there when we met Sharad Pawar and Mulayam Singh Yadav, we said that why the spurious drugs are available in the market? Because of your policies. When the entire country is having only 1,500 inspectors for 100 crore population at that time, do you think it is possible to control? It's not possible. So you are responsible for this. That was that kind of an argument we used to make. When Mulayam Singh was the Health Minister of Union of India, there was a proposal to distribute drugs to public distribution system. So then we opposed it. We asked them to, stop this practice. And again, the AIOCD, they were discussing with the government of India. The people working in the retail pharmacy and wholesale distribution system need not require any pharmacy qualifications. The people who have 4 years of experience, they can sell left and right, dispense the drugs. So that was also opposed by the All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation, and the government has taken back that step. So these things, if you see the community pharmacy system, one way the industry is reaching to the global standards. If you see our community pharmacy as well as the regulatory mechanism, it is not moving in that direction. So So we always have a cherished dream of organizing an Aidcoc training academy. So it was our dream. So we established, you are all, I don't know, most of the people are attending virtually. But if you see the attendance, every time, you know, there will be 300 people registered. I have a crazy habit of seeing our officers' names. I know most of the active members. So hardly we are not having even 20-25% officers are participating in that. All the talks are in the YouTube. At least people should go and see that talks. With that kind of an effort we are putting in educating, and we are giving the information to others. And the association strengthening, these are all the issues. It's a very challenging times actually. The associations, why we formed the associations? Associations, the All India Drugs Control Officers Confederation never ask for any things which you really deserves. So associations are not for simply for elections, or to organize conventions, or to give awards. Associations are to meet the objectives of our mission statements, promise for a better tomorrow. My appeal, particularly to the young inspectors. So when yesterday one of the deputy drug controllers was telling, he retired 20 years back, and he is telling that he never heard about AIDCOs. I recollect, our first visits are to Bangalore only. Taranath was the vice president at the time, and he was the president of Kerala Drug Control Officers Association. Sometimes, you know, your mind will close. You are not ready to realize and what's happening around you. So, like that, you know, some of the people are telling that Aidcoc is closed, we need to open it. Aidcoc is not closed. We organized wonderful training programs, particularly for South India. It was attended by more than 150 people in Hyderabad. And again, we organized a training program, 2 days training program in Gandhinagar for Western India. And we organized IPC. And there are, the visibility definitely, we are slow. With the support of this convention, we need to change our gear and to move faster. There are 2 steps we need to take. One is the associations which are already in existence. They need to strengthen their own associations, and they need to interact with their own friends, and they need to regularly participate, and they need to organize, and they need to interact with others. I'll tell you simple examples. I was also a regulator for 27 years. When you wanted to reach some X, earlier days, you know, you have to write to drug controller. They will not reply. Or you have to catch hold of somebody. Now, with this Aidcoc platform, if somebody wants some information, within no time they are getting the information through different... earlier it was not that kind of a networking. I request the associations which are established to strengthen their own associations, and they should be more proactive in sensitizing the people around them, and also to contribute themselves. Take for example, we have to showcase this Silver Jubilee organized under the leadership of Mr. Umesh, Malli, Raghuram and Ajay. We can make it as a model for all the states. I am telling from day one, when we are doing it should be very meaningful, and let us not bother too much about the money, what kind of a level we are doing. We are consciously going for the betterment and of the regulators, and we should continue to have that commitment. So there are a few states we need to have an affiliation, like Rajasthan. Rajasthan is one of the states we need to have. And we have Malli having a long standing.
little focused, and on the other side, we are seeing a lesser participation from our state officers also. So enthusiasm should be from both the sides. That's what we personally felt, and I urge all the officers from all the states also to be little more active in joining and encouraging the organizers also to do more activities in the training academy. But even otherwise, in terms of the physical activities, we have already set up our training academy in Hyderabad. We have had our own in-house classroom training academy, and it is open for all the ADCO members to be utilized. And we are receiving few of the requests from the states like Jammu and Kashmir, Kerala, and as recently as today, even Delhi officers also are requesting to do the induction training for the new recruiters and all. So we would be happy to hear the request from other states also, and we, with our support from our honorary DG and president and other officers, we can chalk out the plan of action in the forthcoming year, and we can do a series of activities either at Hyderabad Academy or at their own places basing on the demand and the requirements of the states. And definitely with the great network and knowledge of our senior officers, we would be definitely be able to chalk out a greater modules, and also identifying the good resource persons in order to ensure the technical capabilities of our officers would be enhanced. And we are open for the suggestions also in terms of enhancing our activities, and we would love to hear from you all. Thank you.
With this, we are closing this open house session, and now it's time to honor the key personnel for organizing and perfectly executing such a vibrant event. I request Shri Ravi Udaybaskar sir and Shri S.W. Deshpande sir to do the honors. First, Dr. S. Umesh sir, LOC chairman and controller for the state of Karnataka. A big round of applause, please. I think sir receives the standing ovation, being so busy, and as a drug controller for the state, he was actively involved in each of the activities. Though he was not in any of the committee, he was there in all the committee discussions. Next, I call upon LOC Organizing Secretary, Shri Ajay Mudgal sir. A big round of applause, please. Shri R.P. Chaudhary sir, President of Aidcoc. Finally, to our Secretary General Aidcoc, Shri Dr. Rajshekhar Malli sir. call upon our President for State Association, Mr. N.V. Raghuram sir, to please come and receive the memento. Please, sir. Next, Shri B.R. Venkatesh sir, Secretary, KDCDOA. You can proceed to the stage, sir. A big round of applause to all these key personnel who were very instrumental in executing this vibrant event. Yes. And Dr. Shri Rajshekhar Malliji, he will deliver the vote of thanks. With that, we'll be coming to an end of this event. Plus night there will be a poolside dinner. Hope all will enjoy.
I think it's a final conclusion. As we come to the conclusion of this insightful and enriching conference, it's my honor to deliver the vote of thanks on the behalf of the Aidcoc and LOC. First and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed guest, Honorable Minister, Health and Family Welfare, Shri Dinesh Gundurao, Government of Karnataka, for his inspiring keynote address. And our heartfelt thanks to our distinguished guest, Dr. Ranga Chandrasekhar, Joint Drug Controller of India, and Sri Vishnukant Bhutada, MD, Shilpa Medicare Private Limited, as well as our distinguished speakers and panelists for sharing expertise and knowledge. Your presentation and discussion have been incredibly informative and engaging, offering us new ideas. To our dedicated organizing committee and volunteers, thank you for your tireless efforts and meticulous planning. Your hard work behind the scenes has ensured the smooth execution of this conference. We also extend our appreciation to our sponsors and partners. Your generous support has been instrumental in making this event possible and successful. A special thanks to all our participants, attendees for your active engagement and enthusiasm. Your contribution and discussion made this event a collaborative success. I would thank to media for their coverage and support. And also LATITH Ashok, Renaissance Hotel Management, venue staff for this excellent service and hospitality. Lastly, once again, I extend my gratitude to the Dr. Umesh, Drug Controller and Chairman LOC, Shri Ajay Mudgal, LOC Secretary, Shri Raghuram, President, Shri B.R. Venkatesh, Secretary, Karnataka Drugs Control Enforcement Officers Association. Aidcoc CEC members, President Sri R.P. Chaudhary, Sri Uday Bhaskar, Director General, Sri S.W. Deshpande, Advisor, Srimati Lakshmi, for their behind the scene efforts that ensured everything runs smoothly. Once again, I would like to thank to all the members. From Aidcoc, we would like thank to our two persons here. Since some morning they were here on the dais and engaged on this mic in this phone in Srimati Namrata, Assistant Drugs Controller, Bangalore. Please come on the dais. Dr. Uday Bhaskar, please present the memento. Please, big applause. I would like to thank to Srimati Nandini. I think she's right now she's not at here because maybe because of some urgent work she left the venue. So once again from Aidcoc, we'll thank her for her effortless work since from the morning. Thank you. Yes, sir? Yesterday, since yesterday. Thank you. Thank you. We'll wind up here. Yes, dinner. Dinner.
Good evening, everyone. Today we have arranged a dinner as well as a cocktail party at 7:30 at poolside. 7:30 afterwards.
We request all the members, please come at 7:30. That's finished, no? That time only finished.
Excuse me, the state-wise group photo, please come by state by first. Andhra Pradesh, you can come to the dais for a photo session. Yeah, after this Jammu Kashmir, you can be ready for that, for a group photo. Please state-wise officers come for the group photo. Andhra Pradesh, be ready for the next session. Next, Kerala. Karnataka officers of 2010 batch, please come to the dais. ಎರಡು ಸಾವಿರದ 10 ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ನ ಔಷಧ ಪರಿವೀಕ್ಷಕರು, ಸಹಾಯಕ ಔಷಧ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಕರು ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಬನ್ನಿ.